Good morning everyone. Welcome to the meeting of the Governance Committee on the 22nd of February. I'm Councillor Julie Grocutt and I will be chairing the meeting this morning. There are a few housekeeping rules to mention to members and officers. If we can all please maintain social distancing at all times. Wear a face covering at all times within the venue unless you have an exemption. It can be removed once seated, but you may wish to leave it on. Please can I request that mobile telephones and other such equipment are switched to silent mode so as not to disturb the conduct of the meeting. There is no fire test planned for today. If there is an emergency evacuation, please take instruction from the Town Hall staff, and the assembly point is Tudor Square. So before we start the meeting, if I can ask members please to introduce themselves, and we'll start with Councillor Maroof.
Councillor Mohammed Maroof, representing Crooks and Crosspool Ward.
Councillor Mike Levery, West Ecclesfield Ward.
Councillor Penny Baker, Stannington Ward.
Councillor Dorndale, Shire Green and Brightside Ward.
Peter.
Councillor Peter Garber, Nether Edge and Sharrow Ward.
Councillor Christine Gilligan, Hillsborough Ward.
Councillor Mark Jones, Burncliffe Ward.
Councillor Richards, welcome. Glad you could make it. I understand you've been stuck in traffic this morning. We'll get you logged in, thank you. While we're doing that, can I ask officers to introduce themselves? We'll start at the far end.
Good morning, I'm Alexander Pollock. I'm the Assistant Director for Governance.
I'm Gillian Duckworth, Director of Legal and Governance.
Joe Bell, Committee Secretary.
Jason Deach, Democratic Services. Morning, I'm Laurie Brennan. I'm the Head of Policy and Partnerships.
Lovely, thank you everyone. Item 3 is the exclusion of press and public. I'm not aware of any items where we need to do that. So item 4 is declarations of interest. Can members who wish to declare an interest in any items of business on the agenda, can you please state now which item it is and whether that is a pecuniary or personal interest, please? Thank you. Item 5 is minutes of the previous meeting. Can members approve as a correct record the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 25th of January 2022, please? Are we all happy with those minutes? Yeah. Thank you. That takes us on to item 6, which is public questions and petitions. We've received questions from 3 members of the public prior to the meeting. Nigel Slack is in attendance, so we'll start with Nigel first, please. Good morning, Nigel. Good to see you. I think you've got how many? 8. So shall we do them one by one? We can do a backwards and forwards in there.
Sorry, Chair. I was going to suggest, and I don't know whether Nigel was intending to stay for the entire meeting, but it might make more sense to have his questions as we go through the agenda on the particular item, is it item 7, rather than try and do them now, because we don't know what some of the answers are going to be, do we? Because we're discussing the agenda and Nigel has points on it there. Does that make sense, or am I getting all this wrong? I'm trying to be helpful, actually.
I'm sort of intimating that in the answers that I'm giving you, so we can.
I'll shut up.
So we can do the backwards and forwards, and then if Nigel wishes to stay, that's entirely up to him, and see where we go with the suggestions in the questions. Is that okay?
Okay, so first off, I'd like to commend the efforts of and the innovative approaches of both officers and councillors in developing this report. The majorities of its recommendations are either good or on the way to being so. Most of you will not be surprised that I've found a few small snagging issues to be addressed as we get to this more detailed part of the transition. So the first question is, on page 8, paragraph 5.3, what we are trying to achieve. The current wording allows for the policy committees to choose not to utilise local experience and expertise of residents and community groups by making this a matter of flexibility. It would, in my opinion, be better to encourage the use of resident skills, as well as experts from beyond the city, rather than providing get-out clauses. Could 5.3 be rewritten along the following lines? The policy committees will be expected to involve citizens in their decision-making in ways that best suit the circumstances and the issue under consideration. Then the rest of the paragraph as it stands. The details of the resident involvement should as well be specified as early as possible in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. I commend the suggestions of the committee for their consideration. It is within their power to make amendments to the recommendations today. It seems to me that such an expectation would be entirely within the spirit of the report, as long as we aren't losing sight of the idea that such engagement should be proportionate and tailored to the issues at hand.
Thank you. And question 2 is page 9, paragraph 6.2.6 on recommendation 4. I am concerned that not all questions to be raised at a policy committee meeting will connect to the agenda, but will still be integral to that committee's role. Personally, I have been known to bring issues to Cabinet that are emerging issues and therefore not yet on their radar. The limit expressed in recommendation 4 would prohibit this and raise obstacles to residents raising new issues with a policy committee. How can this omission be addressed without involving a further step in the question process? Thank you.
The process outlined in this report add up to a system which would route people to full council if they wish to submit a petition or question about an issue which is not already on a committee agenda. I too have also raised a query about this, and without preempting the committee's discussions today, I do think that we should ask officers to look at how we allow these issues to go directly to whichever committee would be the decision maker on the matter in hand. However, the measures are designed to keep public questions and petitions focused and efficient is also welcome. It's a balancing act. Let's see if the committee want to explore this today, and perhaps we can ask officers to do a little bit more work on this.
Thank you. Question 3, page 10, paragraph 6.2.6 again, recommendation 11. The inclusion of the expectation of electronic recording of councillor votes is welcome, something I've been pushing for since the introduction of this new audio system, and a vital component in the transparency and accountability of any modern committee structure. Will Council undertake to progress this to at least the point where all policy committees, as well as full Council, use this facility? Thank you.
All policy committees and full council, as well as every other formal committee of the council, are covered by the recommendation. Realistically, I expect that the clause about the availability of facilities may mean that coverage may not be complete and may remain limited for some time for some meetings, which, for example, won't take place in the council chamber. Bringing the system fully online may depend on the connectivity of facilities and the resources generally available to the council.
Thank you. Question 4, again page 10, this paragraph 6.2.6, this is recommendations 12, J and K. I welcome these recommendations, but would ask who will choose and monitor the participants in this initiative to ensure inclusiveness and avoid party political bias. Thank you.
We haven't designed this much detail for any of the individual elements of the toolkit at this point, partly because we are conscious of preempting involves work. Nevertheless, the committee will surely note your concerns.
Thank you. And question 5, page 12, paragraph 6.4, leadership. 6.4.2, the Lord Mayor's role. How will the issue of the Lord Mayor's casting vote be addressed in terms of proportionality? Perhaps, and apologies to Councillor Charlotte Mayor Richards, who may be affected by this, perhaps we could exclude the Lord Mayor from ordinary votes at Council, changing the maximum number of votes available to 83 instead of 84, and the Lord Mayor's casting vote only to be exercised at the point of a tied vote resulting from abstentions or absences. Thank you.
You're a very brave man, and it's really a good job that you aren't sitting too closely to Councillor Richards at the moment. However, the chair of every local authority meeting has a normal vote as a councillor, and a second or casting vote that may be exercised where there is an equality of votes under the Local Government Act of 1972, Schedule 12, Section 39.2. Where the Lord Mayor chairs the full council, they are entitled to the second or casting vote in that limited and specific circumstances. In the late 1980s, the Mayor of Bradford used his second or casting vote in a hung council in favour of his own party policies and was challenged before the courts. The court said that it did not think that the power to give a second or casting vote was fettered by any implied restriction, that it should be exercised without regard to any party political considerations, nor by any interplay agreement on the rotation of the Lord Mayoralty that would not be used politically. It is an important mechanism for keeping the business of the council moving when otherwise a deadlock might lead to paralysis.
Thank you. That must have taken some digging to find that answer.
Great staff.
Yeah. Question 6, page 13, paragraph 6.4.4, recommendations 27J. How will the pre-meetings in this recommendation be prevented from becoming de facto decision-making meetings in private? Thank you.
In the new system, no formal decisions can be made by councillors unless they are meeting as part of a formally constituted committee, subject to both proportionality rules and the access to information procedure rules, which ensure that the meeting will be announced and conducted in public and materials published. Informal meetings behind closed doors cannot take decisions. It is going to be a critical part of the new environment that councillors and officers involved in every committee spend far more time doing their job in private in the run-up to each committee meeting, than they could ever spend in a committee. It is really important that we don't allow a kind of blanket suspicion to settle over the important machinery of government. It is a significant change for the Council that the recommendations you refer to mean that members from all political groups will now be in the room when these pre-meetings take place.
Thank you. And question 7, page 19, paragraph 6.10, scrutiny. Currently, Sheffield City Council has a councillor that is the city's heritage champion in the form of Councillor Mike Drabble. Will such roles be carried over into the committee system, and what expectation of consultation or exercise of soft power and influence will be available to such champions? Thank you.
Thank you. That's an interesting question and something that I don't believe we've yet given our attention to. So thank you for raising it, and I will ask officers to make sure they cover it in their next report.
Thank you. And finally, question 8, for page 19 again, paragraph 6.10.3 and 4 on scrutiny call-ins. The committee's inability to make a decision on this matter at the January 25th meeting baffles me. It suggests to me and many others in the community where I've had this conversation that either councillors do not trust their own party members to represent the party's views within committees at development and pre-scrutiny stages, or they are looking for some means of creating mischief within the decision-making of committees on which they do not serve. I would be happy with an option to create a minority report, apologies to Tom Cruise fans, expressing dissent publicly within the committee and offering the opportunity for such a report to be used as a basis for a consideration for review by the Strategy and Resources Committee or full council. I would be even more impressed to see a public call-in facility, provided this is bounded by appropriate frameworks to prevent repetitious and vexatious actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. I don't believe that this was a question. I think it's more about comments that you are making, and overall, I would like to thank you and for your detailed consideration for the way that we are looking at how scrutiny could work, and indeed for all the comments that you've made today. And thank you for coming along. It is appreciated.
Thank you, Chair.
If you're happy to stay, that would be great. No problem. Our next set of questions, I think Alex is going to read out for us. Thank you, Alex.
This next question is from Wal Newell from It's Our City. He's not able to attend, so I'll read it out for him. It's a statement, but there is a question. The current proposed design for the new committee system fails to follow a number of the design principles agreed by this committee, and even some of the principles that you highlighted as the 5 most important strategic aims. As one example, strategic aim D, listen to everyone, have the voice of residents at the heart of our decisions. You agreed that this should be one of the 5 most important principles to influence your design of the new system, but in the proposed new system design, the voice of citizens can in no way be said to be at the heart of decision-making, as it has been largely ignored or put to one side as an afterthought. Indeed, throughout the design process, this committee appears to have had difficulty listening to those very voices. Only finally, in the latest report published for today's meeting, is there mention of an as yet undefined idea that stakeholders and citizens may be invited occasionally to give their input from the outside, not the heart. Some of the other design principles have also not been followed or even explicitly broken against the advice you received from national experts. How and when will this committee check its proposed design for the new system against the design principles it created and publicly review why it failed to follow some of them?
Thank you, Alex. I recognise that we are asking for trust and patience from you in the way that these recommendations are being worked up, and with the technical detail of processes and structures coming first, and the ways of working, including public participation and engagement aspects, emerging later. We saw that it would need to work this way well in advance, so since the autumn, our public engagement reports have been consistent in describing how this would play out. While we were able to get on with the designing the what straight away through the inquiry process last year, we need to allow time for both our own listening exercise and then, after Christmas, more detailed work with the help from our partner Involve to properly design plans for how we will build the voice of residents into this system. These questions today are long and contain many statements as well as questions, so if you will excuse me, I am going to allow myself one longer answer. As I understand it, any system which only considers citizens' voice at committee meetings when decisions are due to be made and not at any previous point would indeed be a bit of a bolt-on. That is why we are continuing with the plan as it emerged over recent months, for Involve to help the council to improve ways it involves people, not just at the end point when councils are making decisions, but all the way along the journey, from the germination of an idea through to testing, refinement and development into final recommendations. We will need to get the committee system part right, but the full answer to the call from residents to put their voices at the heart of the council's decisions means we must also foster a much greater and wider cultural change here at the Council amongst all officers and councillors, which may take some time to realise. Recommendations 2 and 8 commit the Council to this long-term work. To answer the final question, a review against the principles which we have been using to guide our decisions so far will be fundamental to the 6-month review which this report discusses at section 16.14, starting in November 2022. Members have been committed to this since they agreed this publicly at their meeting on the 30th of November. Thank you.
Thanks. I think that was a reference to section 6.14 at the end of that question, just for clarity. I've got another series of questions here. These are from Ruth Hubbard, also from It's Our City. The first is as follows. The main report on today's agenda didn't appear until sometime on Friday and does not meet the 5 clear working days constitutional requirement for consideration at this meeting. According to the Constitution, the Chair therefore needs to make the case for special circumstances if the report is to be taken, and this needs to be minuted. I raise this as the same thing also happened at the last Governance Committee and was not addressed. Obviously, the late appearance of reports prevents proper examination and absorbing of reports by members of the public, where there is clear public interest and for public questions. I have had insufficient time to absorb, think about, and properly prepare my public questions for today.
Thank you. It's regrettable that the papers were issued to follow and is not how we like to do business. I've accepted officers' apologies and I understand that they took time over the weekend to meet with you in an attempt to help. But I'm sympathetic to officers in this, and it may happen again. The scale of the task we are attempting to complete is very challenging and the timescales available. And I would like to put on record my thanks to all the officers for the hard work and commitment that they are giving to this process. They are going above and beyond in terms of engaging, and there is considerable more work involved in this process than producing the reports for this committee meeting, and I think it's important that we all understand all of that. The requirement to give 5 clear days working notice is for an item to appear on the published agenda. A report is to be made available for public inspection. At the same time, it is made available for members of the committee, and this report was. However, I am happy to minute explicitly that I am exercising my judgment as chair to proceed, given the enormous urgency and degree of public interest in the issue, to say nothing of the legal deadline at the end of May 2022's AGM, by which the constitutional deal must be agreed.
Second question is, last Governance Committee I reported a clear factual inaccuracy in the main report presented. This was not addressed in the answer by the Chair, nor was the factual inaccuracy corrected. This is misleading. Please can the factual inaccuracy be corrected?
I have to assume you are referring to part of your 5th question to the last meeting of the committee, in which you said it was inaccurate for that day's report to state, as it did, that the absence of the cross-party involvement in the leader cabinet model of governance was the original reason for the creation of the overview and scrutiny system in 2000. I am keen for us to focus on decisions about the future of our governance arrangements today, but in answer to your question, I will concede that this was arguably one of several reasons for the creation of the overview and scrutiny. But it is not misleading to say that it was the crux of the matter. The report was also right to say that the legal requirement for our new policy committee to have seats on them from every group on the council, including the opposition, is very new and important. You said in your previous questions, which you were referring to today, that it was always possible to have different parties in the cabinet, but that there had been a choice locally not to do this. You said that, in your view, this had contributed to a democratic deficit in Sheffield. I stand by the original report on this matter. If you are saying there should have been opposition seats on the cabinet in Sheffield, this is simply not realistic. There is a big difference between something being legally possible and something being practically possible. Even in coalitions and cooperative executives don't give cabinet seats to opposition party members, except in the most vanishingly rare of circumstances. This is true nationwide in my view. It would be misleading to suggest that any council, including Sheffield City Council, would realistically have done otherwise.
The third question is as follows. The main report on today's agenda appears to have been signed off as having no equality implications. Yet the recognition of city inequalities and the need to take account of these and embed them in new governance arrangements is one of the central governance issues articulated strongly and consistently reported on from the conversations with 20,000 citizens across Sheffield. This issue was also echoed in the comparatively minuscule consultation undertaken by officers with members of the public and stakeholders. These issues are not a narrow concern and are evident elsewhere. For example, governance considerations are arguably central to the Race Equality Commission interim findings. Yet, the proposals to date have pretty much nothing to say or propose on these and for operationalising in a new constitution. Does the committee agree that there are a whole range of equality considerations and implications for its new governance arrangements that are not identified and remain unaddressed, that this is a key weakness in work to date, and that it is necessary to address these?
I strongly welcome this question, and the comment as to the transition to the committee system represents a significant opportunity to ensure that equality, diversity and inclusion are solidly embedded in our decision making, and that we challenge ourselves and officers to tackle inequalities and consider the implications for all protected characteristics in the decisions that we make. There will be a full equality impact assessment presented at the committee's next meeting, highlighting the implications of the proposed new system, and this will form a part of the advice to full council on our final proposals. Further, there is an opportunity here to ensure that all the proposed committees in our new governance system show real leadership on equality, diversity and inclusion in their ways of working, including championing the city's equalities objectives, ensuring that any implications and proposed mitigations for communities are fully considered and published in all decisions.
The fourth question is, one example that also includes considerable equality considerations is in arrangements for public questions. Proposals on a citizen's right to participate in this very basic way, common to almost all councils, appear to be... Excuse me. My laptop has got in the way of the words. I do apologise. I'm so sorry. Technology is failing me. Here we go. Let me try again. I do apologise. Proposals on a citizen's right to participate in this very basic way, common to all councils, appear to be introducing more conditionality and hoops to jump rather than making public questions more accessible. The idea of having, say, 3 questions and being required to attend in person at maybe 3 different committees or at full council is profoundly discriminatory as well as impractical. An in-person requirement to attend is alone discriminatory, with travel costs, disability, employment, caring responsibilities, likely ongoing shielding for the most vulnerable, the nature of public speaking and much more, all working against the stated commitment to participation, the exercise of citizen rights, and for accountability. And any new stipulation that questions are submitted in advance in writing should at least bring a greater requirement for actual and better answers too. And this has not been particularly evident during the COVID period of questions required in advance. Will the Governance Committee rethink public question proposals in line with its stated principles? I make the usual offer of help with this, as others would too, I am sure.
We will indeed continue to consider the appropriate mechanisms for public questions at council and committee meetings, both in today's paper and probably future meetings of this committee. As I've already mentioned, I think there is more work to do on this matter. It is important to note that the law continues to require formal meetings to be held in person. This is not something that we have a choice about, and I will make the following 3 points. It does seem important that questions are heard at whichever committee has the statutory authority to make decisions on the matter, but the proposal in the report requires questioners to opt to go to full council if they prefer not to go to a committee. We currently have facilities for officers to read out questions if people are not able to attend, and we have invested in technology to enable hybrid meetings and will constantly keep the legal position under review to ensure we maximise the use of technology when engaging with the public and stakeholders.
Okay, two more questions. Question 5 is, in the work on design principles, the committee appeared to fail to recognise and understand that just about all the input by stakeholders and members of the public in its consultation was an attempt to enable and require the committee to be clear, so that clear and specific outcomes, no more and no less, would be identified, articulated, measurable, realistic, practical, and so on. But this committee decided to reduce and remove all this work, and once again we're left with a set of principles that are bland and vague and linked to no clear, measurable, and so on outcomes by which it will call itself to account, and that citizens can also be clear about. For work going forward and for continuous improvement, this is a problem. Not setting clear outcomes leaves the Council open and weak. It leaves great gaps and contradictions between vague and contestable principles and their operationalisation in governance arrangements and practices. It gives the impression of more of the same, a commitment to actual change questionable, and does not serve to build confidence or trust. At no point has the committee, unlike in almost all other council projects, established any clear targets, outcomes framework, performance indicators, or similar, against which to measure its progress and change. Will the committee ensure that a clear outcomes framework with real and measurable targets and indicators is at least provisionally outlined to take to full council and for its ongoing work monitoring and reviewing change? There is much from the earlier small consultation work that can be used to assist this, and again, as usual, we offer help. Can this include a clear articulation of areas where this committee might feel it has not yet begun or only just begun to scratch the surface, and that will need further attention?
The final set of principles agreed by the Council in November 2021 were refined throughout the engagement with stakeholders and the public. The final redraft addressed concerns from councillors which were absolutely echoed at the public virtual event at which this was discussed. The language was becoming too technical and jargony, and to remain meaningful for most people to make sense of, or indeed to respect. The version which has been developed up to that point remains a matter of public record, as it was in the papers of the 30th of November 21. And as I said at the time, we will be able to refer back to that when we undertake our review later this year. But the version in Appendix 2 of today's report remains the final agreed version. I do agree that when the review is carried out later this year, we should be clear about what qualitative and quantitative evidence we are able to present against each design principle. I also think it is not a bad idea to put on our next report a section about the next steps for continued development after May 2022.
Question 6. One of the areas of inconsistency and contradiction is in stated commitments to meaningful collaboration, participation and influence, even a mention of co-design, and the work of this committee where the processes followed and the tangible proposals have not reflected that stated commitment. As yet, I see no key changes that have actually operationalised any of the key items that citizens and communities have presented consistently over the last 2 years in respect of core governance system change. Will the Governance Committee, in working forward, at least now model some of its stated aspirations and see the job of monitoring governance change as a joint venture? I do not mean more of the same with heavily managed, extractive, pretty standard consultations that are not trusted by participants nor seen to be taken on board by the Council. I am proposing once again proper arrangements for a genuine joint venture in monitoring and reviewing ongoing governance change, and that can actually demonstrate the Council's stated commitment in its actual practice.
I'm sorry, but I don't agree with your main point. It has been evident throughout this process that the listening we have been doing has influenced our decisions throughout. Not 2 questions ago, we were discussing how the design principles, which will be key in a concrete way to the review process, were heavily shaped by public and stakeholders. And to give just one more example, the list of ideas in the toolkit comes directly from discussions with real people over the past months and years. The report explicitly states that we will actively seek and use feedback from residents, stakeholders, councillors and officers. This is not buried in the detail of the report. It is one of the 2 main recommendations at the top of the report. I will also repeat that we are not yet finished designing the system. Involved are yet to report back next month, and we plan to work with them well beyond that initial report too. Thank you to you and all for your careful consideration of these reports and your detailed questions. We will continue to listen to ITSR and work with you over the coming months and years. Your continued challenge to the Council is always welcome. Sheffield's vibrant democratic environment, but on this I am confident, what we are working our way towards designing is informed directly by the public and stakeholders, and this report sets out in good faith our intention to keep continuously improving by doing so over the coming months and years. Thank you. That takes us on to item 7, which is the committee system structure. That took some saying. Alex, you're going to lead us through this, I understand. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. It's my voice again, I'm sorry. We'll see how quickly we can do this, and I will try to avoid wittering on, but you know how I am. I like to use words. So, some words to introduce this report, and then we've got a proposal for how we're going to work our way through it as efficiently as possible. I know that some of you have got amendments you'd like to make today, and actually we as officers have turned up with some too, because we're thinking about this every day, and in just the few days since this was issued, we've had further thoughts too. So between us, I'm confident we're going to do some real work this morning in committee. First, just a couple of quick points by way of overall introduction. So today's questions from the public, it clearly illustrate the importance of councillors' leadership in this matter and your active shaping of this process. You have been shaping this so far, and this report that you have in front of you is not the first time you've considered this. And if you can tell, I'm saying this for anyone who might be dialing in for the first time at this point today. It's important to be clear that this is a point in time on a kind of process that has been going on and will continue to go on. In this report, you'll see that you've got boxes in which there are a series of recommendations. And I just want to draw your attention to the fact that in some of those, you'll see some of the recommendations are in italics, or some parts of them are in italics. Where that is the case, that is because you previously have agreed those things at a committee meeting. So unless there are parts of those recommendations that are in sort of non-italics, I assume that you're not looking to change or edit them today, and that they're not a substantive part of your decisions. But they're in the report because it's part of the whole. You're doing this via a politically proportionate committee, like a little microcosm of the new system. And when you're here, you're representing your groups. So for the benefit of the public, the idea is that when we get through to this end of this process, we get through the 9th of March's committee meeting, we should have a recommendation to council, which we should have some confidence is in a position to be agreed by the full council when it gets there. To get us there, we'll be potentially amending some of these recommendations today, and the process we propose to follow is as follows, and this is the Chair's suggestion, of course. Rather than, as we did last time, going through every single recommendation, having a discussion about each and proceeding, on the basis that there's 85 substantive recommendations plus subheadings, we propose instead to go section by section through the report, and for councillors to raise any particular recommendations about which they wish to have a debate or to suggest an amendment. And we will vote on those amendments which are moved and seconded as we proceed through that section of the report. We will wait to the end of the item to vote on all the report's recommendations as a whole, as amended. So that way we don't need to do what we did last time with a kind of are we voting for a recommendation, or do we also agree the thing? So we'll vote at the end for the whole thing. The other thing I need to emphasise, that I also emphasised last time, is that, again, that this is not just a moment in time. This report is not divisible from the reports that have come before it. You are pleased to see many of you have brought with you some piles of paper, which are the reports which set out all the evidence you received during the inquiry process, all of which was organised for you by the governance framework which you agreed early on in this process. Today's report is also organised by that governance framework, making it as easy as possible for you to refer back to that body of evidence as you go through the report, And Appendix 2 of this report includes all of the design principles, which, as you know, you've committed to keep in mind as you're making these decisions. The last thing to say, I think, is to remind everybody that this isn't the final point of this design. So, as well as coming back on the 9th of March with further developments and review and the draft constitution as it's being worked up for council, we anticipate that the right governance arrangements for Sheffield, which is what we set out to do at the beginning, is something that will be changing over time. So what we're looking to do now is design what is right for May 2022. We anticipate that will continue to change, and it's critical, so critical that it's one of the two main recommendations in this report, that you will conduct an organised review of that in the same spirit as this initial review, with the commitment to public engagement and so on, and we've specified a time frame for that. So I just want to emphasise again that this is a starting point. It's a proposed model overall to get you going in May with a legally and internally consistent governance system that you can build on from there in response to your own and citizens' reflections. So we'll commence with going through part by part of this report. I'm going to take the introduction and so on of this as read, and therefore we will be going straight to section 6.2, which is about public engagement, participation and communications. Again, I'm not going to reread all the context for you that's set out there, but you have a series of recommendations which seek to say both some of the things we might be doing immediately and also how we will make space for the ongoing work of Involve and the ongoing strategic aims of the Council to continue to develop a strategy and a proper approach to public engagement going forward. And you heard the Chair say in one of the answers to her public questions earlier about how this is broader than just building the voice of the public into decision-making committees, but into that whole wider way of working for the Council. So that is intended to be covered in here. Over to councillors for questions or discussion.
Councillor Richards first, please, and then Councillor Alston.
I do hope that Councillor Alston and I, who have not spoken before this meeting, are going to find that we similarly agree on things this morning, because I think a show of cooperation would be useful. Obviously, it's not necessary, but I always think it's good if we do agree on things. And also, it's because when Alex said we're here representing our groups, I think we're also trying to make this a good, a proper committee system that will work for everybody. So although we may have come from our groups, I think we're trying to wear citizen hats today as well, Alex. And having said that, on 6.2.6, 4, I don't agree with this. It ought to be, as I believe somebody may have raised earlier in public questions, things which actually are within the purview of a policy committee and not just the items that are on the agenda that day. Because otherwise, how is the committee aware of any other issues that may be coming towards it, which would actually be something that would be of interest to them? Obviously, it's likely to be curtailed by the time, and it may be that you would talk to somebody and say, if you raise this at the next meeting, that's going to be more pertinent if you can wait that long. But if not, there ought to be a right. I think us saying to the public, you can come as long as you only ask the questions we want you to, doesn't look and isn't right. So that's my first bit. And on 5, I'm a bit confused about where we put into that the fact that at the moment we have a situation where, I think, isn't it, if you have, is it 5,000 signatures for your petition, then you get a debate in full council. And I'm not quite sure if that's reflected in there or whether it's being rescinded or whether it ought to be written down that that still holds. Otherwise, it looks like it's just having a quick petition discussion rather than as we know, it's sometimes a full debate. And then just finally, on number 9, improved provision of information online. It's something I think I have said, and maybe it's just something, maybe it's because I'm a councillor, as they say in that song, that it doesn't have on the front of our website how to contact your councillor. You have to go through various hoops. You have to understand what things mean. You have to go and look down the bottom in little writing for our city council or something, and then work your way back through that. And it just seems to me that finding your councillor is pretty nigh impossible for anybody who, I don't know, isn't incredibly IT savvy. So I do think that that is important. We are the democratically elected representatives of people, and them being able to find us so they can badger us is really important. Thank you, Chair.
So obviously I'll open up to, I'll imagine the Chair will open up to a debate, but as an initial response from officers, in terms of public questions being for anything within the remit of the committee, if you wish to make that change, it's absolutely yours to make. It's only, I think, is only there in the first place to try and handle, as you sort of indicated, about the volume and the time that might take up in terms of efficiency. An option you could consider as a halfway house, if you wished to, would be something like saying, if it's on today's agenda, then please do ask a verbal question. If it's about an issue that's not on today's agenda, we'll have it asked and answered in a written form inside the report. But it's just a suggestion as a halfway house. It's absolutely up to you. In terms of the petitions threshold, yes, it's not specified in the report, but our expectation is if it's not specified, it's staying the same, so that, yes, the petitions policy, which we intend to review and bring some more back to you for the next meeting, will continue to include a 5k threshold, but at which point you'd expect a debate at full council. As for councillors' information on the front page of the website, I completely agree we should be making councillors easy to find. However, what I should say is councillors add value to the complicated things, to the tricky ones, to the people in need who don't know how to access services or are struggling to access services. And what we don't want to do is for everyone who would otherwise go to a call centre with a full dog poo bin to report or whatever, to always come to their local councillor first, because you'll be swamped and it'll prevent your ability to deal with those complicated things. So we need to find a balance to make sure we're routing people to the most appropriate place in the first instance, and sometimes that first instance should be you. So I agree we should make it easier for people to find you when they need you, but make sure we're not just routing everybody through you for everything, because it's important that your time is managed.
I do think that dog poo bins are actually something that we do get concerned about and do need to know if they're not being emptied regularly and things like that. So don't think that isn't important to all councillors, Alex.
I wouldn't dream of saying it's not important. I'm thinking about efficiency.
Councillor Alston.
Thank you, Chair, and I am slightly suspicious that Shonad has been reading my notes. The first comment I'd got on here is that we needed to check that the 5,000 signature petition was going to remain, so I'm pleased to hear that that's the case. We have sort of read through these recommendations, and obviously the recommendations on the public questions and petitions are, I think, need some changing. And recommendations 4 and 6, it also applies to 19, 20 and 52, which I think are essentially the same information put in the different place. I'm sure somebody will advise me if that's wrong. Our suggestion would be that basically, to keep it simple, it's the questioner and the petitioner who should decide where they raise their question or their petition. So in terms of recommendation 4, public question petition opportunities at all new policy committees, absolutely yes. But I think the bits in the brackets should be removed. In terms of recommendation 5, I would suggest that it should be that the Constitution, formalised into the Constitution, reviewed to route petitions. So I think it should say to advise petitioners about the appropriate decision-making body. Yes, advice about where the best place to go is absolutely acceptable. But at the end of that recommendation, I think it would help if it clarified that the decision about where to take the petition or question should remain with the, well, in that case it's a petition, remain with the petitioner. Absolutely agree in terms of number 6, to improve signposting. That's really good. But I think, again, it's about making it clear as to what's advice or suggestion and what's an actual options that remain. So that the options should remain with the questioner or the petitioner. So I'm quite clear, I think, that we need to just amend the wording on those, and I'm looking at Shoned, and I suspect that's going to get some agreement across the board, so that's good. I do have some concerns, along with colleagues, on item 11, which is about the recording of votes and electronic voting. So I'm going to just try and move this so I can. So the concerns really are about keeping things equitable. So if we have, at the minute, electronic voting, unless somebody tells me otherwise, is essentially only available in this chamber. This chamber is not very conducive to committee discussions, and therefore I suspect and hope that as we gradually move away from COVID, we will be able to return to having discussions in a more amenable environment. We are concerned that if electronic votes are recorded against individuals' names, and we're not against that in principle, but that if some committees have electronic voting recorded and other committees don't, or some meetings of a committee, the vote is recorded, and at the next meeting it may not be because it's held in a different place, that could end up actually being a very confusing record that won't actually help anybody. So I think we need to be clear that whatever voting method we use, we either record all votes at all policy committees or none. So we need to be, each committee needs to be treated the same. And if you're going to make an exception, then obviously full council or maybe the Strategy and Resources Committee. But otherwise, I think there's an element of we need to make sure committees are consistent and the same. The point on question 12, recommendation 12, my first comment on that was, what on earth is a hackathon? Anyway, we Googled it.
Me too.
So I think we need to do a bit of reducing of jargon in here. We were also a little bit, not confused, but I think we need to clarify about point H. So in terms of small group visits, I think what this is talking about is maybe the members of a working group or a deputation from the committee going out to engage with members of the public in their environment or with a particular group of staff, for example, care workers or something like that. And that needs to be clear what we actually mean there by the group. And so I've got so many notes on here. Right, I think I'll leave it at that. I think my other question's been answered.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. So we need to just make sure that we pick up properly the recommendations within all of that when we get to the end of the debate.
Chair, I'm keeping a note, but I'm happy for the debate to continue until something is moved and seconded and so on, and then we'll get the detail.
Councillor Garbett.
Thank you. I feel that I'm joining a sort of... yeah, I know, it's a bit difficult this. I agree on item 4, recommendation 4. I think that one of the things that members of the public, and I think Mr Slack raised, was that it's necessary at some stage for people of Sheffield to be able to actually originate ideas for policy. And I think that if you limit the number of, or the type of question to those within any particular meeting, then you are losing an opportunity for members of Sheffield's public to actually originate policy ideas. And I think that's a really, really important point. And it's where the members of the public can actually feel that they can contribute in a very positive way. On recommendation 9, I'm also very aware that there are still a lot of people without ability to access IT, so I know this information is already available in things like libraries and housing offices, etc., but I think it needs to be stated in there that this written information should be available in written form in localities as well as online. On 12H, which is what you were questioning, Sue, I think I can give an example where in the transitional committee that I chair, we actually went out and visited what youth services were doing, just to make sure that, or just to familiarise ourselves with what was going on the ground. And that was a really useful visit. So that's the sort of visit that I anticipate this being, this referring to. Other types of visit as well, I should imagine. And that's it for the moment.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Jones and Councillor Maroof.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the triaging of questions and petitions to particular committees, I would like to propose that we definitely do challenge this element of this. Whether it is suggested or otherwise that a petition goes to a committee, that is to help inform and instruct the populace, but not dictate to the populace. So any dictation is something we need to be able to see to be getting around. Also, I'm kind of really mindful that many of our committees will be subject to cross-cutting work. And within a committee, it would not be unreasonable to have an accumulation of questions on a particular topic that a committee isn't currently dealing with or expected to be dealing with, where the mass of those questions would actually make it appropriate for that committee to reconsider its work plan going forward. So if there is a mechanism by which the questions can be directed towards the chair and deputy chair of a committee, or co-chair, however that may be, then that allows the chairs to actually start thinking about how they can instruct the members of that committee as to alternate work streams and things that may become appropriate. So I do think we do need to look at that quite seriously. It's not saying that everything will go to all committees, it's that information should be available certainly to at least the chair and co-chair or deputy chair. With regards to the voting bit, I have some concerns on this because if we don't record all votes, within full council, then I'll start again. Within full council, we can request a recorded vote as it stands. I would not want that necessarily to be the case in committees for fear that the requirement to call a recorded vote may be seen as a way of filibustering or may be accused of filibustering to kind of curtail debate and to reduce the time that that committee has to make considerations. So if electronic voting is available, it should be recorded by default. Where electronic voting is not available, I would suggest that votes are recorded by officers and entered into the same format as the electronic votes at the earliest possible opportunity. The only thing that I am unsure of on that element is to what purpose are those recorded votes captured? Because without understanding the context of where the votes were cast and how they were cast and why they were cast, it almost becomes a mute and irrelevant statistic. So I think something does need to be looked at there to kind of see how that all works, because it can be a case of they voted for this, but that doesn't actually mean anything without any context adding to it. So there's some considerations to put there, but certainly they are, I think, the foundations for an alternate suggestion to this. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Maroof.
Thank you, Chair. I think you've already alluded to it, and certainly Ruth Hubbard in her question has already alluded to it as well. And I think it just needs a little bit more reinforcement because it's a thread that runs throughout our consultation with the public, and that's the issue around equalities. I mean, clearly there was no equalities impact assessment in this report, but you've outlined that there will be in the next report. The reason I raise this is because this has been a key theme which has been running through, and I'm not preempting the Race Equality Commission's report in any way whatsoever, but I think it's common knowledge to say that people feel as though there is not a lot of equality around consultation, and in particular we should embed in any policy moving forward that we try to engage as many people as we possibly can, and actively show practical measures of how we're actually doing that, because that has been a criticism that has been quite strongly voiced not only within REC but with very many other people, and also when people do actually come and present themselves at public questions. It is a hugely daunting prospect for them anyway, because 84 of us and officers and everybody else around, I think it is pretty difficult for them to do that, and something to make life easier for people who want to present should also be put forward. So what I'm basically suggesting here is that we make a commitment as a governance committee here that we will try to engage as widely as we possibly can, encourage people to partake in our consultations and partnerships. And the reason I say that quite simply is because you see the reports that we do present, and there's always an equalities impact assessment, and it's always ticked as though it's happened. Little do I know what impact assessment has actually been done. And to be fair, I should know really where that's happened. So in terms of that, I think we could probably expand on that a little bit more, rather than just being and I'm not using this as in any frivolous way whatsoever, a tick-a-box exercise to say equality assessment has been done. I think we probably need to reinforce the fact that this is what we do, and these are the people that we've actually consulted, because without that, it just is exactly that criticism will continue to remain. And I think this runs throughout the theme of how we as a council operate as well. Thank you, Chair.
I think you make a really good point there, and I'm just looking at recommendation 1, and I'm thinking, is that something that we need to say more in that first recommendation, where we talk about continue to work with the public stakeholders and community groups to develop our approach to public participation and engagement over the coming months? So do we need to say a little bit more there?
I think we certainly do, and I think it's for officers to develop that a little bit further, because I don't want, I mean, this is a perception. I'm not saying this is the reality, but if you've got a certain number of people that you've been contacting on a regular basis, to be fair, it becomes really easy to say, we've done that and we've contacted these people, which means that quite a number are excluded. And they're not excluded because they want to be excluded, it's because they feel that unfortunately there is a gatekeeper situation developed, which if you don't come through certain people, you're not going to be heard. And I think that gatekeeper, and I might be a little bit outrageous here, but gatekeeper situation should develop, and everybody should have access. And yes, I quite agree with you that we as members on this governance committee should try to reinforce that any further, and if there is wording, then we should put it in there. Thank you, Chair.
So if we say something around that we need to proactively encourage wider participation with diverse groups across the city, or somebody can...
Yeah, I'm sure somebody can put it in good words, but it's the actions as well, and how far we sort of publicise that as well.
Absolutely, thank you. I've got Councillor Reeve, Councillor Richards, and then Councillor Garbett.
Thanks, Chair. Back onto recorded votes again. What is the scope of what our meetings that will be subject to recorded votes? So, for example, are we going to ask local area committees to make recorded votes? Is it going to go beyond the immediate policy decision committees, the Strategy and Resources Committee? We need to be clear as to the extent of which what meetings will be subject to recorded votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It sort of ties. I'm looking also at the recommendation 18C about clearer voting practices, where it says no agreement by common assent. Does that mean we're not going to have, does everybody agree and we're all agreed, or are we going to have every single thing will have to be a recorded vote? Because that just sounds a bit time consuming at times, particularly if, you know, we've said something and we've all said, yep, and we've, you know, we may all have put our hands up. Does it mean that there has to be recording of hands up each time, or record, you know, it just seems to me that it will take more time to do, and I'm not sure why, if you sort of say, is it agreed, and we all sort of grunt at you, as we usually do, that can't be taken as common assent. Sorry, nod at you, is that best? Sorry, Peter. Otherwise, it makes everything very, very formal. And just also going back to 12H, which everybody seems to be very concerned about, let's call it arduous fact-finding missions, and then everybody will realise how serious we are as councillors.
Councillor Garber.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to come back on what Councillor Maroof has raised in a very welcome way. I think it's really important that we take this very, very seriously indeed. I was, in fact, going to raise it when we were discussing the Policy Committee's item. My suggestion would be that within each Policy Committee there would be someone responsible for this, and they would be responsible for making sure that the committee reaches out to as many different communities and members of the public as possible, and also for facilitating their appearance before the committee, or even if it's decided that it should go to full council, before the full council. So that was my suggestion. I recognise there may be some drawbacks on this, because if you're going to have one for equalities, you may also need one, for example, for climate change, and you may need one for other things as well, but that's a suggestion anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just checking if we're at the point where you want some specific amendments proposing. If not, I'll wait until other people have had a say.
No, that would be a really good idea, thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to look at the ones that I raised earlier. So my proposal is that for recommendation 4, we just simply remove the words in the brackets. That under recommendation 5, we remove the words on the second line, root petitions, and instead make it say reviewed to advise petitioners as to the appropriate, etc. And then add at the end, but the decision remains with the petitioner. And then at the end of recommendation 6, and if so, providing an option to put them on an appropriate gender, or if not, the option to attend a policy committee, another policy committee meeting, or full council.
I'll second that.
I didn't know if you wanted to do, that's one bit on one topic area, and then. So on point 11, I would propose that we change the word will on the second line, and the word will on the second line to could, and then add, so that we note that that could happen, and then that we review this item at the next meeting. So I think we need to come back with some better details, basically, is my summary of it. In line with what people have said. So I think if we just say, if we note the recommendation is that these things could happen, and that we will review them at our next meeting with some different proposals.
Sorry, can we add on to that something about if the committee has reached a consensus, which is another thing that we hope will happen in the committees, then a consensus implies no need to sort of count votes because people have agreed it. I recognise what Sue is saying about can we have some rewording, so can I add that to the word salad of things to be thought about, Alex, please?
Yeah, I think that's probably, as opposed to it being on the recommendation, I think it's one of the things that we need more information brought back to the next committee with, along with the comments that both Mike and Mark made as well. Yeah.
And Chair, can I just say that the proposed amendments for 4, 5 and 6 would also, so we don't go back over the same thing again, also need to reword the relevant bit of recommendations 19, 20 and 52, which essentially say similar things in a slightly different way.
Thank you. Has anyone got any other proposed amendments for recommendations 1 to 13, please? I have Councillor Alston proposing the recommendations and Councillor Richards. You said you would second.
I am seconding, if that's okay, Sue. I just wanted to put on 9 about finding out information about your local councillor easier to find, or some such wording, particularly in relation to poo bins, obviously.
Sorry, so we need to add something on there about easier access to councillors' details, both on the website and
in other places.
And in other, yeah, to pick up Councillor Garbutt's point. Yeah. Are you happy with Councillor Alston? Are you happy with that? Any other recommendations, Alex?
Can I just so we're clear on what we're voting on? And what I have is remove brackets from item 4, remove root petitions from item 5, replace with reviewed to advise petitioners to the appropriate route, and at the end we're adding but the decision remains with the petitioner. On the 6th, item 6, we're adding to the end, or if not, the option to attend another policy committee meeting or full council. Item 9, we're adding to the end, including making it easier to access councillors' details on the web and in other places. And for item 11, I suggest that what we're doing is amending this to read further consideration to be given to options relating to electronic voting and an online record of councillors' votes.
Except it doesn't take into account, if you like, consensus or when you're voting but not voting, as it were. Does that make sense, Alex?
Yes. Are you content that we'll give consideration to that as it came up in today's debate, or do you want it captured in the actual recommendation on which we vote?
If you're going away to think about it and bring us back something else, then that's fine.
Great.
Can I ask, are members happy to vote on all of those recommendations in one go, or do members want to deal with them separately, please? Can we? I'm going to make a decision. I'm going to ask you to vote for them all in one go, and if we get somebody who's not sticking the hand up, then I'll revert to plan B. So all those in favour of all the recommendations as proposed by Councillor Alston and seconded by Councillor Richards? That is everyone. Thank you.
So, Chair, I think we should, before I just mention a little bit on the next section, I just want to specify, Councillor Alston mentioned that there might be some links to some other recommendations in the report. I think we need to cover those when we get there, in terms of 19, 20 and 52. Is that okay? Yeah, great. Okay, so, Chair, I'll just introduce the next section. So this relates to full council. Again, we're working our way, broadly speaking, through the framework that you agreed at the outset of this whole process. So there are a sort of a collection of quite different matters in these recommendations, and you might choose to take them in lumps or to go all together. Obviously, I don't mind. You've got at the beginning some pieces that were previously agreed by yourselves, and then as we go through, we've got some real significant detail on council procedure rules, which I know councillors like to get into, so we might want to spend a little bit of time on that. The priority here has been to try and make sure that we're using council's time efficiently, effectively, in line with the purpose of the gathering of all 84 councillors. And the piece right here around clearer voting practices, the common assent piece, since it's been mentioned already, I'll just say that there's a couple of things. Are we all agreed then, and keeping moving, it is fine, it's actually legally allowable. What's really important is that the chair always then announces whether it's carried, and that's really important for the clarity of proceedings. In my personal view, if there is anything other than clear consensus, it is a good idea to have a vote, and especially in an overall control environment, as this council is currently in, that kind of thing is, I think, a better practice. There is a whole section here about, let me just check I'm not rushing ahead. We've dealt with public questions a little bit already, so I imagine we might want to get back into that. So recommendations 22 to 24. This is one of those areas I mentioned at the beginning that officers have kept thinking. I say officers, I mean me. I wasn't quite happy with what I put in this report when I first wrote it. The spirit of what is intended here was that there is a clear division of responsibility between committees and full council. You mustn't let yourselves get into a position where full council, in any sense, stumbles into making a decision that a committee thought it was about to make, that it may have been working on, researching, figuring out policy position. You mustn't let a motion at council just cut across that without evidential reports in front of them and so on. And it's really important that, although full council can opt to take a decision that would otherwise have been at committees in the new world, and that's a really new and important part of this system that can't currently happen, it must happen in an organised way. So I've actually put in front of councillors today some proposed amendments to those 3 recommendations, but I'm going to only go into the detail of what those are if anybody amongst the councillors thinks it's a good idea and wants to kind of invite a discussion on that, because I appreciate that we're doing this on the fly to some extent, but the recommendations I've put in front of you are designed to better capture the spirit of what I was just describing, to make it clearer where those divisions lie and so on. I think that's all I wanted to say in the introduction to that section. Anything else you wanted to add? No. Okay.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Alston and then Councillor Richards.
Thank you, Chair. Just to sort of start my comments with 22 to 24, my initial reading of what of the new amendments are that largely answers the concerns that we'd had about 22 and 24 being very sort of slow and involving lots of repeated lots of different actions being taken. So I think in particular 22, I think that's a definite improvement, and I think that largely answers our concerns.
Shall I then set out what's described?
That's what I was just going to say, was it might help if you just explained them in a little bit more detail. I do also have some comments on some of the early recommendations, Chair, I think.
Sorry to cut across you, Councillor Alston, but if we're going to get straight into it, it's better that I describe it in detail. So here's what I'm proposing. That recommendation 22 be amended to read, a motion to council brought under notice of motions may rescind authority from a committee for a particular decision found on that committee's work programme, so that the decision can no longer be taken by that committee and must instead be taken by full council. What I've done is deleted an intermediary step where full council had to agree to receive a report about whether to rescind an issue. We're just trying to make it more swift. On 23, what I'm proposing is that it reads as follows. Separate to the above process, a report recommending the rescinding of authority from a committee to full council may be referred to council by that committee or by Strategy and Resources Policy Committee. So this is about avoiding duplication, making it clearer, and removing any artificial constraint about when that can happen. The recommendation you initially had something about whether it was on a work programme yet or was it on an agenda yet, and I think that's just introducing the opportunity for obfuscation. So I've made it simpler. On 24, what I'm proposing is this. Council may not make a decision on any matter which would ordinarily fall within a policy committee's delegated area of authority unless Council has previously rescinded that committee's authority on the matter and a full report has been prepared on the matter, including associated equality impact assessments, etc. For the avoidance of doubt, a motion to Council under notice of motions which contravenes either of these points would not be valid. So I'm just trying to make sure that whenever you're taking a decision, it's properly informed, and there's a specific reference to equality impact assessments, and that there's absolutely no doubt about when Council can and can't take a decision, and when a committee can and can't take a decision. So with apologies that it wasn't that clear in the first draft, I hope that those amendments might seem more suitable.
Thank you. Do you want to carry on, please, Councillor Alston?
Thank you. I think that's really helpful, Alex, and actually I think that has answered, and therefore I think I will support your amendments unless I hear arguments to the contrary from elsewhere. We had one or two other questions on the earlier recommendations, particularly if one of the officers could just explain recommendation 15 and how is that, or is that a change from what we currently have? And also, could somebody explain recommendation 18B? And then obviously we've got the point that Councillor Richards made about point C. And in D, so 18D, we've got the issues that we raised earlier as well about voting. 19 and 20 will need amending in line with the earlier ones, so I'll scribble something down in a minute and do that at the end of the discussion, if that's okay, Chair.
Brilliant, thank you. Councillor Richards.
Thank you. Point 24, I'm still confused, because if full council is the policy-making body, then surely it can make those changes. I was thinking of a notice of motion. Say we had a policy of building a nuclear reactor in Burngreave, because that's one of the poorer areas. Sorry, that was a joke, I live there. And the committee, whichever committee it comes under, Environment, is busy working away on the nuclear reactor option and which part of Lion Street will be demolished in order to make sure that there is room for this reactor. And then there's a motion comes to full council saying, no, we're not having nuclear reactors in this city. We're a nuclear-free zone. We're not having it. We don't want it. And the council votes unanimously on a recorded vote to not have that anymore. Well, surely that has to rescind and say to the committee, full council is saying, no, that's not part of your portfolio anymore, you're not working on it anymore because full council has spoken. So where does that sort of fit? Because there has to be something that says full council can do that, because that's its right, surely, as the sovereign body of, you know, the whole council.
I've just told the monitoring officer that I'll make an attempt at answering the question, but she may wish to correct me. Let's see what happens. So, just on that last point, yes, council is the sovereign body, and on one level we are actively putting, so I'm proposing to put something into the constitution that constitutionally limits council's ability to make decisions on those things for the purpose of organisation and coordination between it and its committees. So without such a limit in the constitution, it might be able to just make a decision on anything that any of the committees would otherwise have in their remits at any time. And we're trying to do that, find a way to do that in a more coordinated way and make sure it's always informed with a report and all that kind of thing. So one answer would be the committee, in such a circumstance, the council would need to vote first to rescind authority from the committee for that issue, and then could, and then it has the leisure of time to bring a proper debate about whether or not to have a nuclear reactor in the area. Another response, which may be true at the same time, is that, and this relates to point 15 that Councillor Alston was asking, what's this stuff that's agreed by full council at the outset of the year? As currently, council agrees the budget and policy framework for within which the cabinet must operate. And if the cabinet wants to take a decision that steps outside of that budget and policy framework, it's a matter for council to decide on. So there are going to be some things which council might want to vote on or amend, which are going to be such a significantly strategic issue that they are actually formulate a decision about that budget and policy framework rather than a decision about anything that's within a committee's remit. So sometimes there's going to be something that arguably council will be able to make a decision on instantly because it wasn't restricted. But I couldn't possibly say whether in the case of a nuclear reactor that would come under that heading. I'm not really sure. So how did I do, Monitoring Officer? Do you want to add to that?
Thank you, Alex. Yeah, very well, but I will just add to it. What I wanted to make sure we didn't stumble into was full council being the body now that has full decision-making power for the council, accidentally taking a decision on something. So you bring forward a motion that is expressing a particular course of action, and it would be wrong for the council to take a decision on that based on the motion in front of it. So the way that this goes is if there's something that comes across full council in the form of a motion and council decides actually it's really important, we want to take a decision on this, the action for you to take at that meeting is to rescind authority from the policy committee or strategy and resources to take the decision. The following meeting you would then receive a full report that will give you all the legal, financial, equality implications so that council could properly take a decision on that matter. So it's sort of a safeguard so that you don't accidentally fall into taking a decision that's uninformed and probably challengeable.
So this doesn't stop you bringing a motion that stops just short of making a decision, but allows for a debate at full council that allows the council to debate an issue and make its position clear. And, you know, in the same way that you currently might call on cabinet to X, Y, Z, there will be a form of words, if you want to have the debate instantly, that might enable you to do that without, as the monitoring officer says, sort of making a decision without the full facts properly in front of you. And this is something that is really different about the new world. At the moment, when full council debates something that is actually an executive matter, they cannot take a decision on that matter. So when you stray into the realm of telling cabinet what to do, it's a little bit sketchy, but ultimately you might argue it's okay because the decision never rested with cabinet in the first place. It's not challengeable. It's cabinet that will take the decision. In this case, if you have a debate at full council and then stray into having taken a decision, you had the authority to do that, and it's been done, but potentially without a report, without an equality impact assessment, without the full balance of impacts from that decision. So that's what we're trying to find a path between.
I just think it's taking the politics, if you like, out of our council meeting. It's turning us into bureaucrats and saying we will do all these things and we will slow everything down in order for you to make sure that I don't know, that there is that we've got time to persuade you otherwise, if you like. You know, it feels a bit yes minister in that case, Alex. I mean, if you had a unanimous decision of the full council on something, then it seems to me that then to say, but although you all agree this, we're still going to make you jump through some more hoops, just doesn't feel like that is a council that belongs to councillors.
It's really not meant to be doing that, and that's why it's important that you're given the space to be able to have the debate at the point in time when you think it's important to have that debate at full council. What I'm trying to do here is safeguard the power of your decision making, because if you don't take a decision correctly, then it will be challenged, or it could be challenged, and then it's no use to you anyhow. So you need to make sure that when you are taking a decision as full council, it's properly informed. So it's only about making sure you have all the information to hand in order to properly take that decision. And it's not at all about curbing your authority to do anything. In fact, it's the other side of the coin on that. It's giving you the ability to be all powerful as full council and go, we're not happy with that committee looking at that and taking that decision, we want to do it. And I don't really see how we can do it any other way without putting some risk around the decisions that full council take. And I think if full council need to be confident, and the public need to be confident that when full council say we are doing this, you're going to do it, and it's enforceable, and nobody can stop you doing it because it's been taken, the decision's been taken properly. So it is to try and make sure that you are that all-powerful body that this change to a committee system gives you. If you think about at the moment, because Councillor Richards isn't convinced, I can tell by her face. If you think about where you are at the moment with full council, you have very, very little decision-making power. The only decision-making power you have is primarily budget and some of the policy decisions, or like, for example, local plan. The change is significant. You can take every decision of the council as full council, and we need to make sure that in taking those decisions you're properly informed. It's our job to do that, to make sure you're properly informed when you take your decisions.
Thank you, Gillian. I think that's going to...
I'm sorry, I'm still not convinced about that, because that does sound like a slowing mechanism rather than something that allows councillors to, you know, at the moment when we do put forward motions for full council, I think if you look at, you know, there's complaints about the length of them, it's because we have thought them through and because we have researched them and come up with the reasons why, as to why we're proposing certain things. So it just seems to me that this is saying to full council, we don't trust you, we don't think you're old enough to make these decisions, we're going to give you much more information and make sure you come back with an answer that we're happy with. And that's what it sounds like. So it may be that it needs rewriting, it may be that I'm being obtuse, but at the moment it does feel to me like, oh, that's a brave decision, now let's see what we can do to mitigate it.
I think that's all we just need to take away and think about and come back. Penny?
Can I come in on that a bit? Because I have a concern as well for urgency. I mean, we're going to have 8 meetings a year. So if somebody was to bring something to a council meeting, say, in the beginning of December, and it was referred for a report, etc., it's going to be February at the minimum before anything came. So if you've got an item, and I can't see a lot, I mean, it might be trying to think what it might happen with, but you know, something, we might have had an issue in an area that needs the whole council to make a decision on, that goes across a lot of different committees. So we're going to refer it to full council, but it needs to be happening quickly. But you can only refer it to go away to come back again. It's quite a concern because there's a time limit, and there must be a way that we can deal with that. I mean, we've just had flooding in Sheffield. Yeah, and I was very concerned when I left home this morning that the rivers that I had to cross, I was going to be able to cross to get here. And I can see things coming from that that might need an urgent decision. Now, it might not be a sonata that do that. It might need a full council decision, as we've done in the past. So how could we do that in a timely manner? So we could support the people of Sheffield, quite frankly.
I think Gillian's had a light bulb moment.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of things. So, Strategy and Resources or any policy committee can refer to full council without going through any process. They've got the ability to refer a decision to full council. So there's that, which is available to you. If there's not a full council that's meeting, there's an ability to call an extraordinary meeting. So if it was urgent and you thought it was something that required full council to meet, you could do that as well. But the other point is what we could do, and we can take this away potentially, is look at whether if you submitted motions further in advance, and we could make sure you get the proper advice back on your motion, you know, in order to be able to submit it to that meeting and take a decision on it, then maybe that would work. And I think if you knew that a motion that was coming forward was going to have a significant impact and might need, then come and talk to us before the deadline for submitting the motions, and we'll work through it with you. We could do it that way. So I think there's probably various things we could do if the proposed method is causing problems for you as councillors. We can look at different ways to do that. So I'd say initially what's written in here allows you to refer something directly from Strategy and Resources or a committee to full council. So clearly that's something that's within the remit of the committee to do that. Secondly, we can have a look at how we might enable decisions to be taken on motions at the meeting. We can take that away and bring that back. Does that sound like it covers the points that you're...
It does to me, but of course, nobody else has sort of said, oh yes, Sinead, I may be in a minority here, and I'm willing to accept that, if that is the case. But I would personally, and that's just me, like to have it just re-looked at. But it may be that everybody else is saying, oh, shut up.
I won't take a vote on that, Sinead. Did you want to come back on this particular point, Councillor Alston?
Thank you. I think Councillor Levery did as well, actually. But I was still. I think we need to go away and maybe just get this cleared up. I think what would actually help, if obviously you can't put it in the recommendation, but some examples I think would help us understand exactly what we're working through. I mean, I sort of see these sort of nuclear plant development, but I don't think that would ever have been given to a policy committee in the first place, and therefore it wouldn't need to be rescinded. But equally, the other concern that's sprung into my mind, which may be, again, may not be factually right, would be that basically means that if council can just overrule any decision, that, for example, if we have a couple of LACs run by a minority group, they may decide that they want to put extra bins in parks, but full council could then just come along and say, no extra bins in parks. And so they're overruling a committee, decision that they've already delegated. So I think we do need to be really careful with this, but I think we actually need to understand it better.
Are we all happy that we take that away for some more work? I have got quite a list of people who are waiting to speak. Councillor Gilligan first, because she has been waiting a while.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I mean, mine was just for clarification because I am struggling to get my head around this. So I just thought if I talk through what I think I understand and then you'll just tell me if I'm talking rubbish, it might be the easiest way. And it's about this notice of motion. So, I mean, let's take the nuclear example because it's on the table. So this was happening in a committee, which it probably won't. And so then a notice of motion was brought to full council. And what you've said, I think, earlier is, before full council can make any decision on that, we'd have to have a notice of motion at full council to take that decision away from that committee. And that would have to be voted on at full council. That's what I just wanted to get my head around. And then full council can vote on it if it wants to. Is that how it works? Sorry. Or the committee could refer direct to full council. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've got Councillor Lavery. Councillor Baker, did you want to come back in or are you okay? And then Councillor Jones, Councillor Lee.
Thanks, Chair. I think a lot of this is down to clarity of work programmes of committees, when decisions are going to be made and reported. And this is when the Strategy and Resources Committee kick in, because they should sense or should be able to change work programmes depending on what the overall priorities are as seen by them, to enable these sorts of things to be visible to councillors, what's going on and when reports will be made on certain events, which should minimise this issue happening. Thank you.
Councillor Jones and Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be really brief. Following on from what Councillor Elston said, a tangible example would be the commitment the Council has made to increase its number of houses built under the HRA, but also the full Council motions on retrofitting and exploring those elements. There's something very tangible there because Council has made a decision on what it would like to go forward, and there is an apparent disconnect between decisions made previously, current policies and that retrofitting thing. So if you want a tangible example of what to do, that would be one that you could look at. Although I'm mindful that having something so tangible could take a lot of officer time and could slow down this debate. So whether it stays tangible or abstract, I'm not overly bothered, but that could be something that we may need to explore.
Councillor Lee.
Sorry, I think Councillor Richards has raised something that maybe some of us have not picked up on, and I think it's important, obviously from the debate today, that we get some real clarification, and I think you're right, we need to take that back and understand it, and officers to bring back maybe examples and go through it again with a fine-tooth comb so we're all happy. This is what we're about in this committee. So, you know, I want to support what Councillor Richards is saying and for our officers now to take that back and bring something back next time.
Any more debate on this set of recommendations? Cam?
So just to answer some of the specific questions that were raised along the way. So I think we've dealt with, I was asked to explain recommendation 15. Just to be clear, what we're talking about is full council at the outset of the year typically agrees a budget, or typically in most councils would agree a budget and corporate plan that represents both the division of financial resources and what the intention is to do with those resources in the coming year. And that essentially then constitutes a significant portion of the budget and policy framework inside which the committees would operate over the coming year. So what we're talking about is that as the kind of the point at which council for the coming year defines at that level of detail what each committee has within its remit. I was asked to explain recommendation 18B, which says no exclusively to note items. This is a pet peeve, so I'm sorry I snuck it in there, but it's really important that you're not spending time in committee just looking at items that don't have any consequence, that are there perhaps just so that you can be seen to have looked at it. It's not a good use of your time, and you're going to have to be efficient with your time in this new system. I think we've dealt with under C and D about voting practices under previous discussion, and ultimately we opted to go away and talk and sort of do more on that and come back to you. So perhaps what we should do is be clear that C and D are excluded from whatever vote you're holding now, or perhaps at least that they're covered by that resolution for us to go away and think. 19 and 20, Councillor Alston, you were going to suggest some specifics, so please do as part of this next bit. That'd be great. Otherwise, I don't think I need to comment. The last thing, just I want to make sure I'm clearing up. You gave an example about LACs and whether the council could override a decision that an individual LAC had made. So 2 things about that. First of all, not to worry you, but yes, full council could take power off committees, any committees, apart from the ones that are where there's a statutory basis to their authority, like the regulatory ones, planning, licensing, audit has some statutory functions and so on. But in terms of the LACs, that's all optional delegation of authority, so it could take that power away from those committees in theory, but at the moment there's a commitment to doing a certain kind of work through them. What it cannot do, and what there is, and we're going to come on to this later under the section titled scrutiny, it cannot take a decision, it cannot unmake a decision made by a committee, at least not within a particular period of time to be defined in this report. So we're talking about pre-decision ability for full council to take authority off a committee and take a decision for itself. But this whole discussion we've had just now is not about post-decision overturning something that a committee has done. We're going to come on to a discussion about that later on.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm presuming we're at points of amendments. I did have one more question, though, which just comes back on point 15, which is, thank you for your answer, but what I think we don't quite understand is how this fits with the strategy and Resources Committee's role in delegating to committees.
So I'm going to keep looking over my shoulder here because we spent a lot of time trying to make sure we're getting this right, and I'm leaving space for Jill to override me here. My understanding is that whatever is recommended to council, as per item 15, will have been recommended by the Strategy and Resources Committee. They will have collated that with input from all the other committees, and it will go from them to council. So in effect, that's where they did the deciding of who would be delegated what. By the time council agrees it, it's all kind of done.
It's all really clear when you know, isn't it? Okay, so amendments, if that's okay, Chair. So I think the first amendment is that for 18C and D, in line with what we agreed earlier, we think we should have, those should go back for further discussion. In recommendation 19, to remove the words to root on the second line and add in advise petitioners as to, to root petitions, sorry, I need to remove an extra word there, but and then add at the end, but the decision remains with the petitioner. I think that's as before. And then similarly on 20, to remove the words to root questions and insert to advise questioners as to the appropriate decision making, etc. And again add at the end, but the decision remains with the questioner. And then I think after our discussion, I think the proposal is that for points 22 to 24, we need some further information before we can agree those.
Any more amendments?
May I suggest that the ones where we're asking for further consideration, could the wording that we're trying to look at be something like further consideration to be given to? So if we replace 22 to 24 with further consideration to be given to a system whereby full council is able to rescind authority and from committees in order to take decisions at full council. Is that enough to say we'll go away and look at that as a whole?
Yeah, I think so. So those are all proposed by Councillor Alston. Would anyone like to second those, please? Councillor Richards, we've got a great double act going on here. Oh, Councillor Garbett then, thank you. Thank you, we'll share, we'll share. Are we all happy to agree all of those amendments as we've just heard them, please? Yeah, thank you everyone. Recommendations, Alex.
I'll keep up with you. Okay, so leadership, key councillors' roles. We've put together several bits of the framework here just for brevity. So we're dealing with some considerations about the role of the leader, some considerations about the roles of policy committee chairs, and a brief point about job sharing opportunities. So just a few things to say. I think that the role of the leader stuff is reasonably uncontentious. The discussions we've had before have been basically to base this actually on an example that we've got from Wirral, from Cheshire East, I apologise, that in general sets out the roles of a councillor, of the leader, in a way that's quite helpful. And this is just defining those bits of it which would be specific to Sheffield. You'll see the whole of that when it comes back to you in the detail, but just if you agree to these parts of it, that'll help us shape that. In terms of the policy committee chairs, again, I hope it's clear what we're setting out for that, and that it's, I hope it's reasonably uncontentious. The pre-agenda and pre-meeting briefings with the group spokespersons, happy to set out more information about those if you like. Elsewhere in the report, we've talked about these being mandated. There might be any number of informal meetings that take place by way of planning for committees, but just to enter into a commitment that there will be this cross-party space for briefings, both before agendas are agreed and before meetings take place, to enable that process of group spokespersons to keep their groups informed and so on and so forth. So that's the first mention of something you'll see again later as well. And lastly, just in terms of job sharing and co-chairing, just to make sure members are keeping in mind the report that you looked at as part of the inquiry from your colleagues who had been looking into this matter specifically, so that what we mean by a job share is where there is one chairmanship role, one full-time equivalent chairmanship role, which two individuals are doing part-time, so as to, it's actually a sort of, it's an inclusivity option, so that people who might not otherwise be able to commit to being a chair might be able to. And the option of co-chairing is where you've got more than one person's worth of work to do in that chairmanship space, but you assign more than one person to do it, and they in effect split up the time between them, so they might choose to lead on different parts of the issue and so on. The committee's decision before was for it to be made possible for these things to be done in the new system, but that there should be no mandated requirement for these things to be done as part of the system. So what we're proposing here is that we make sure that if at the point of the AGM there is a proposal for there to be either a co-chairing arrangement or a job sharing arrangement of a chairmanship post, there's no uncertainty in the Constitution about, for example, whether they get a whole allowance or a half an allowance, or how anything would be done in terms of them organising their authority and committee, that kind of thing. So given that we wanted to have the facility for it, we're just stating at this point that we will define that for you in the Constitution.
Any comments? Councillor Alston, Councillor Richards.
Sorry, Chair, I'll be fed up of my own voice in a bit. Just on the last point, actually, on point 29, having sort of discussed this, I think we have some concerns about the practicalities of how this could work in reality, and therefore, if this remains within the sort of suggestions of things that could happen, so if it goes through that we will accept a job share, then I think we would want to add on to that after the first time it happens, because obviously it may not happen for a couple of years, for example. So that there must be a proper review of it after it's been in place for a year. So whenever the first time a job share happens, that after that year, the option for a job share should be reviewed.
Councillor Alston, with respect, the report that came to the inquiry explained that there are already job shares and co-chair arrangements going on at the council, and you've had an opportunity to review some information about how that's been working in that report. So hopefully we've got a certain amount of evidence already in existence that could inform a decision today.
I mean, yeah, I think that's right, but it has only been for a transition committee, and I think these policy committees will be very different because they are decision-making committees, and therefore I think further review is an appropriate thing to have.
Do we need to do it as a separate thing, or do we need to do it as part of the review that we will be doing as the whole thing with the committee? I think you make a valid point about we may not have some straight away. I mean, we do already have them licensing, for example, so we know that we've got a system that's worked quite well and planning that's worked quite well there for a time. So do we need to separate this out, or do we just need to make sure that we catch it up in the process that we've already got for review, I suppose is the question.
I think if the process for review is ongoing, which it should be, then yes, it should be part of that. It was just that obviously it may not happen for 2 or 3 years, and that's why I didn't want that to be lost.
So we just need to make sure that we capture that whenever we get one. Yeah. Would that work? Yeah. I've got Councillor Richards and Councillor Avery.
Thank you. Like Sue, I think I'm going to get bored with my voice too, or maybe not. I'm going to raise the issue which Mr. Slack raised about the Lord Mayor. As I'm the deputy, I'm not sure if I have to declare an interest or not, but I'm thinking of Lord Mayors of the future. In that, I think what was said in the answer about the councillor continuing to be a local member as well, if there was a big issue that was coming up in my ward, we could have another nuclear reactor example if you want, then I know that the people in my ward would expect me to vote on it regardless of whether I was the Lord Mayor or not. So in that sense also, it means that the Lord Mayor, unless they ever get a casting vote, might spend a whole year not voting, which just seems a bit of a strange anomaly. So I think I can see why you have raised it, Nigel, and it's a very valid question, but I would consider that the custom and practice that we have, and which is also, we note as a custom and practice in other authorities as well, should remain. That's my proposal. On 6.4.429, can we clarify that there'll either be a job share or there'll be co-chairs? Because otherwise you can see the example of whether you'd have 2 co-chairs who then job share, which means you've got 4 chairs. And I just want to make sure that we're very clear about how that happens. And also, if we have co-chairs, and I like the idea, because certainly on something like a housing committee, I think you'd need that. Then would there be 2 vice chairs, or would there be 1 vice chair? And I think we need to just think about those things as well, in order to make sure that there is equity, if you like, amongst the committees.
Or if we had 4 vice chairs and a committee of 8, then everybody's got a job.
Okay, well, my recommendation would be that there is either a job share chair or co-chairs. And when we say co-chairs, I suspect we mean a maximum of 2 co-chairs. Is that right? I know it sounds a bit fanarky, but I just think we need to pin it down and say what we actually want it to mean, rather than it being open to any other interpretation.
Okay, I've got Councillor Lavery, I think, wants to come in on this point.
Thanks, Chair. I remember when we looked at the job share issue, it was where we were looking at councils who had committees that crossed directorships, so that you could align one person with one directorship and one with another. Now we haven't got this. We've aligned our committees with the directorships. Therefore, in terms of the head of that particular directorship, we'll need to be talking to two people rather than one in a job share. Is this really necessary, or can we actually run this effectively with a chair-vice chair model? Thank you.
Councillor Dale.
Thank you, Chair. Having been the guinea pig for job share through transition committees, one of my colleagues are here and Nazis as well, having spoken to Brighton and Hove Council, who are doing this already, they, in their housing portfolio, which is not cross-portfolio, but it's a huge portfolio, it works particularly well for them because they can pick out specific roles within that portfolio. Officers are very clear with them who's responsible for which element of that portfolio. So I just wanted to highlight that for anyone watching. It doesn't have to be overly complicated. People who are job sharing or co-chairing, whichever you want to call it, are very clear within that portfolio about their work that they're working on.
Can I just ask, I don't know if it was something that you looked at then, Councillor Dale, if there are co-chairs or job shares, is there then vice chairs on that committee as well, who then fulfil the role of supporting the particular chairs? Because I think that would just perhaps comes to the point that Councillor Avery's made.
Yeah, we did ask that question, and this is where it kind of gets a bit of a grey area, that they did have vice chairs but felt that there wasn't really a role for the vice chairs because the work was split between the two job shares. But the job shares people, which was one full-time equivalent, actually did more than 50% of the work because they did also have joint briefings in areas within the portfolio that they did cross over. And obviously they had to keep each other up to date with what was happening in other parts of the portfolio. So while they did have a vice chair, they felt that it wasn't really a needed role.
So I'm sorry, I feel like I'm giving you a grilling, sorry. So in terms of the people who were fulfilling these roles, was this therefore to give people who couldn't commit to doing it full time the opportunity to do that, whereas it may be a little bit more complicated, picking up Mike's point, if we had just a chair and a vice chair, that if we were expecting then that the vice chair would be doing part-time work as the chair, and the remuneration would be different. So it's just about understanding that, I suppose, to give us some clarity in the direction we may need to go in.
Yeah, I think in our experience, so there's been myself and Zahira that have been chair, and Councillor Gilligan that's been vice chair. It's been really good because we've been able to work, the three of us together, on different issues within the transition committee. So the workshops, Councillor Gilligan's been able to focus on one element of it, and we have worked really closely together in the transition committee. I would say that it has been a trial for people who may be working or have caring responsibilities that might want to pick up more responsibility and experience within their role. But what I would say is the councillors that we spoke to, one of them didn't only have the co-chair in one portfolio. So he had a co-chair in two different portfolios. So he was in housing, but he also was a co-chair in finance. So because he'd got a specialism in finance. So yeah, he had more than one co-chair job. But that's how they work it in their area.
Councillor Richards.
I wanted to just clarify the difference between co-chairs and job shares. I mean, we know that it's about having half of the job, if you like, whereas co-chairs would both have a full-time job. Is that what you have, sorry if I can ask Councillor Dale, about co-chairs, which I think is different from job sharing, and whether what you have done is co-chairing or job sharing, because I can see, for instance, in housing, where you've got private sector, which is, you know, as we would think, a portfolio of its own, you might have co-chairs for a housing committee, where one would say, private sector's all me, and everything else is all you to the other person, and then whether they would have vice chairs as well might be necessary because it is so vast. But I wasn't quite sure whether you had divided your workload between you, or whether you, and therefore did it half each, or whether you both had a full load each.
I can come back on that. I would suggest we had a full load each. Although we were job sharing, we started off as job share, but it did become co-chair. So we took it in turns chairing. However, the workload and the briefings, we both had as much, and we did meet together as well with regards to briefings. I'd not thought about it being different as co-chairing and job sharing. Councillor Richards, that's really interesting. But it is about the workload, you're right. We have to be very clear about whether this is job share, which is one full-time equivalent, or whether we are co-chairing a committee where it is more than 50% of the work, which is what Brighton and Hove had said. Actually, it's more than that, because you've got to have joint briefings and you need to work together on key areas on one portfolio. Yeah.
Are there any other points on any of the recommendations in this section? I think we just need to decide what we're going to do about recommendation 29 then. Who wants to give us a starter for 10?
I'll have a go. So I think we should then, I'm just saying this for somebody else to amend my amendment, so don't. So the facility for councillors to have a job share, a chair role, or to co-chair a committee. Hang on. Sorry, I'm getting myself lost here. But that we should not have both job share and co-chair in any one committee. You see, my own personal view, so I'm going away from the amendment now, is that if you've got co-chairs, you don't need a vice chair. You're basically promoting the vice chair to be a co-chair, but that's personal view. That the role, so go back to my amendment, that there should not be, so keep it as it is and then add in, not that there should not be both a job share and co-chair on any one committee. That the role of vice chair on any committee where the chair's role is divided as above needs to be clarified, or the committee may decide that there is no need for a job share role, and that there should be a full review of this arrangement as part of the ongoing review process after any such role has occurred for the first time.
I also called for there to be a maximum of 2 co-chairs. Can we add that in as well? Was that on the room?
Just something that's concerning me a little bit is the reason why we've introduced job share into this is to try and allow councillors who have caring responsibilities to be able to still feel like they're fulfilling a role, and the idea is that they do and are only given half a role. So if there are 2 councillors who are job sharing, I think there ought to be a vice chair. It doesn't feel right that we're saying either co-chair or job share doesn't get a vice chair. And I know you said give it consideration rather than a ban, but it's just getting that point across. We're trying to encourage councillors with caring responsibilities to be able to have lead roles.
Yeah, I think probably that's where the difference between the job share and the co-chair comes. So I think maybe it should say review the need for a vice chair where there are two co-chairs, and that, because I think that's where the difference is. I'm looking for.
I think you did a good job with that. Are there any other amendments we need to these recommendations? Councillor Jones.
Just as a clarity on what Alex said, you said no more than 2 co-chairs. Can you add to that within any given committee so that we're not limiting it to having just 2 yeah. Just for the sake of clarity. Thank you.
Are we happy to vote on that amendment, everyone, please? I'm assuming Councillor Alston's proposed it. Who would like to second it? Oh, we'll go Councillor Dale. Thank you. Is everyone in agreement with that amendment, please? Thank you, everyone. Next.
Okay, so this next section, it's not really about, in most cases, it's not really about constitutional changes, but it's an area that came through so strongly in the committee's inquiry that it felt important to put this, give this the status of recommendations in this report. We've got a section here to do with individual councillors, and really what we're getting at is related to the point we've just been talking about, how important it is to support councillors to be able to carry out their role in a world which we don't yet know how much more busy you may get in a committee system. You may not get more busy at all, but we know there'll be more committees for you to sit on. And we also have an opportunity within that to address something that I know members have said is important to them about making sure that the role is open and available to people who may be in full-time work or have children or other caring responsibilities and so on, so that it's as accessible as possible. So what we've got here is a list of things which, honestly, ordinarily I would consider to be kind of business as usual continuous improvement for democratic services and the council to be putting in place, which together add up to a further development of the already existing sort of offer that we make to all councillors to help them do their roles. There is, of course, more that you can add here. There's more we already do, and there's no doubt more we will do in future. But the recommendations here are designed to give a degree of assurance to you and anyone sort of observing the process that we're not losing sight of the need to support individuals as councillors.
Councillor Richards.
Hugely welcome this. I think member development and support has been a complete Cinderella in this authority for too long. But can we make sure that the member development strategy refresh and annual member development and induction plan is member-led and isn't just something that officers, and I speak as somebody who used to be member development officer, and what they think ought to be done to councillors. It ought to be what councillors actually want and feel that they need. So I think later in this report it says something about this sitting with the governance committee. If not, then it needs to be anchored to a committee so that members actually discuss the development and induction strategy and plan. So either this committee or another.
Good question. Any other comments on this section?
Chair, I'm not sure whether we have specified in here that the Governance Committee would have responsibility for member development. In section 83 and 84, I have made some recommendations about a specific committee having named responsibility for, amongst other things, ongoing review and amendments to the Constitution and participation of stakeholders and so on. I do intend for that to be this committee, and I'm wondering if later on you're going to confirm that for me. I don't think it would be unhelpful, just in case I have missed it somewhere, for you to specify at this point that the governance committee should have within its terms of reference that member development remit.
Says the Audit and Standards Committee, which has been actually doing some work on that, but I'm agnostic as long as it's actually member-led and member-held on some committee.
Just on the member development, just so that you know where we are currently. So I wouldn't dream of suggesting what training members need. Well, I would suggest it, sorry, but I wouldn't determine it without reference to members. So what I do at the moment, I meet with the group whips regularly, and we discuss member development at that meeting. Also, the Audit and Standards Committee has within its remit any training and development required around the code of conduct for members. So a combination of the two gives you your current member development programme. Again, just for information, over the years, because of the cuts, we took away officer support to member development. And have been bereft of that, and Democratic Services have been doing the best they can, but they've been bereft of that for a good number of years. Last year, with the introduction of the local area committees and the transitional committees, we did reintroduce a member development officer, and we have it in our new structure, proposed structure, going forward. So we think it's an important thing that needs to be retained so that we can make sure. I personally would like to see it in a discussed in a public forum, other than audit and standards, and I think the governance committee fits the bill for it. It's up to you, members, how you want to deal with it.
Any other comments on these recommendations, or would you like to... sorry, Councillor Alston.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, it wasn't on that particular one, so... although I would agree with the introduction of the word member-led in front of refresh at the start of 31. On 32, I think that wording just needs to be changed a little. I would delete the words full-time, because I think, that's not always a clear definition, because one job's full-time is different to another. But I would just delete the words full-time and then just add at the end, as part of its review of the scheme, because there is a scheme review going on, obviously, in line with the change of the whole process. Obviously, oh sorry, I'll come back to that. On 35, I just think using the term member questions is a bit confusing. To me, that tends to refer to the questions that members raise at full council. So can we just change that to actually say casework or some other description? I know it does.
Take out the word questions and remove the brackets.
It's just slightly confusing, I think. And then obviously we need to reword 36 or put in an amendment in there to be along the lines of recommendation 29.
Are you content that, given that we have reworded the other recommendation to which this does specify that it cross-refers, is it enough just for this to say creation of job sharing options for chairing roles, as per the other thing? Yeah.
Nothing to do with this at all. Just on the timing, seeing that we're on point 36, and it's taken us 2 hours and 10 minutes. I'm due to chair a T4 committee at 1 o'clock, and therefore could I possibly ask that you bring forward schemes of delegation, because I've got something to say on that before I go.
We'll do that one next, yeah, that's fine. Councillor Lee. how many members need to leave for 1 o'clock, I think is the first question. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Chair, it is an informal meeting, is my understanding, and therefore I think this meeting takes precedence.
Can I suggest that because I'm chairing it, I probably need to go, but anybody else who was due to attend T4, we're meeting with the chamber. Probably don't need to, and I agree with Sue.
Councillor Lee.
So, yeah, there are other there's other items that I would like to comment on other than the one that Councillor Maroof has mentioned that he's particularly interested in. I take your point about the next meeting. We don't need to, there's no decisions, it's just a discussion. So I can put my apologies in for that one, if you take them.
Will do, Councillor Lee, and I'll take Councillor Alston's apologies as well. I'm preempting your answer there, Councillor Alston. You are an apology.
So all the rest of us, Councillor Dale needs to go to work. Councillor Baker, do you need to leave as well?
I was supposed to leave at 12, Chair. So I'm already in trouble. So I've pushed it out to 1, but I have to go at 1. I have no choice.
No, thank you. I think it's important that we do try and get through all of this, so there are enough of us here to stay and battle on, if that's okay with everyone. We'll finish this. We'll deal with Councillor Maroofs, and then if we want a quick 5-minute comfort break and then come back in, I think is probably a good idea. Yep. So, are we on? Oh gosh.
That might be what we're doing.
Are we checking that the room's available? Thank you. We'll wait for that to come back. So in relation to the recommendations at 652, are we all happy with those amendments that have been proposed by Councillor Alston and Councillor Garbutt is kindly seconding? Are we all happy with those? Thank you. Councillor Maroof, which page are you on?
21.
Thank you. So if we can jump to 21.
Councillors, this part of the report importantly integrates with, in particular, the section about the role and functioning of Strategy and Resources Committee, but I don't think it's a problem to consider it first. The recommendations in here relate to some detailed work that the monitoring officer has been doing with the input of councillors on the potential outcomes if you were to take all the decisions that have been made by individual executive members and by Cabinet over the past few years and give consideration to the most effective way of organising that going forwards. So that is why these recommendations are in here. It's based on an organised approach considering the kind of reality of decisions over the past few years. The only thing I want to say before you get into this, and this is purely my own personal view, is that threshold of 250,000 is far too low. How often is any property in today's market that the council is likely to be dealing with buying and selling going to be at that degree? If you're seriously talking about a threshold between officer decisions and member decisions, you'd be better off talking about 500,000 or something like that. It's worth considering what threshold of financial decision the council considers to be formally material. The monitoring officer could set out that number for you. I don't know exactly what this council considers that number to be, but it's going to be significantly higher than 250,000. That's, for what that's worth, that's the tupeleth I would start you off with. I expect some of you may have a different view.
Councillor Maroof.
I certainly do have a different view on that one, which is basically, I do speak with some experience on this, I must declare, from my previous life in this authority. The threshold was actually quite a bit higher many, many years ago, and there were reasons that it was actually reduced to the figure that it was actually reduced to. And just let me go through the reasons for it, and then it's up to my fellow colleagues to decide whether there is something to be done here or not. What we've got to bear in mind here is that the council, 10, 15 years ago, had thousands and thousands of property interests, which quite a number of them have actually been sold for various different reasons, finance in particular. And at the present time, and I stand to be corrected on this, but I think if I was put in front of a panel of mastermind, one of the things I would be able to answer on is every bit of property and land ownership that the City Council has in Sheffield, which is going to be completely useless to anybody else apart from probably me. But having said that, the majority of the land ownerships that we do have in this city are freehold reversions, leasehold interests, bits and pieces of land that are scattered around, and I think it's around about 5,000 or 6,000 that we actually have. That's the facts. I stand to be corrected, but that was when I left this watch, basically. And the rest of them, which are will be bricks and mortar and land, they probably equate to about 300 to 500, probably. And those are the ones where we always have a contentious issue. And let me give you an example. If in an area where there's a piece of land that's been disposed of, and this will affect all ward members, not just, I'm not just saying this generically, it affects all ward members. So if something was to be disposed of, whether it's a piece of land or whether it may well be a community centre, etc., if the threshold remains at 250, then clearly what will happen there is a decision will be taken, and we will have no real recourse to consultation through the members. And I know that somebody will correct me on this. There is that on the list, but the fact is that many a time, the majority of the properties that did become contentious were in the region of around about £250,000. There were actual bricks and mortar and land, which do affect people's landscape issues and profiles of areas, which I think every member who's been elected for some time would have suffered from. And I certainly have answered to members on many occasions on that fact. So basically we're talking about not such a high number of properties. Also, are we also talking about revenue as well here? In which case, if we're taking leases out for up to £250,000 for on 10-year basis, the commitment becomes, without rent reviews, becomes anywhere between £2 to £3 million. So also, if we move on from that, in terms of transparency, this is another big issue around the property world. The transparency of decisions taken by local authorities are always up for scrutiny. And I know we have robust systems in place to mitigate that, but even having to mitigate those, there still needs to be an open and transparent process. And most importantly, having been there, it's also a safeguard against the staff as well, being accused of all sorts of things in terms of safeguarding their position, because if somebody's taken a decision at 250, then it's that person's decision along with some policy rules that may well be in place at the time. And I actually reduced the figure because of those reasons, and because of the reasons that of contentious issues in Sheffield. Every single property issue that has arisen in Sheffield does actually follow quite a strong local consultation. When I say consultation, people generally object to local authorities selling properties. Particularly that most of the properties that we would be looking at are not residential properties. They're not properties which have no other use. They've been taken out of another use, which may well be a community centre, a creche, or something like that, which is detrimental to that community. So to be able to defend that position, I think I personally would think, and I don't necessarily think everybody will agree with me, I personally think the numbers are not very high. We should safeguard the officers here as well, and we should mitigate as much as we can from people, I would imagine, are regularly putting freedom of information requests on how property dealings are dealt with. And the thing to bear in mind here is that the majority of our ownerships are freeholds and leaseholds, and I reiterate that simply because majority of those in value terms would be less than 150,000. And I would really like to know why we can't deal with a small number of properties and keep the threshold at 150. Thank you, Chair.
So just so I'm clear, you want to recommend that we change the value to 150,000. Thank you. Councillor Jones and Councillor Garbutt.
Thank you, Chair. One thing that just came to mind is possibly about 2-3 years back, a property on Burngreave Road went up for auction. The price that was assigned to that property was probably somewhere in the region of 130,000. The price that was realised was in excess of 250,000. So where would that come in this scheme? Because obviously a delegated decision would have been taken by an officer to dispose of a property under this scheme and this level, whereas the actual realisation, market realisation, would be greater than that. Do we not have to be careful that we're not encouraging officers to put too low a valuation on properties simply to dispose of them without challenge, where those market values obviously then come back as being erroneous? Because that can become an issue. I didn't have a problem with the property being sold, and the fact that there was such community interest in purchasing this property led to the escalation of the value of that property. But I think there is something that we need to think on here, and actually whether we review those officer decisions when thresholds or triggers are exceeded subsequently.
Councillor Garbutt.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I know Councillor Maroof said this was a very small number. I'm just concerned that it may be a bigger number than the committee can deal with on a regular basis if we lower that value. That's my concern, and I think we need to balance that out at some stage. So I don't know what the volume of transactions of this kind is, and therefore what time that would take for the committee to consider.
I was just suggesting to the chair that you will have your 6-month review where you can have a look at that, but we can come and we can bring you more information at this stage if you want it, but if you're quite comfortable with it being remaining at 150 on the basis that that's what we currently have, then we can just keep an eye on it for you and make sure that it's picked up in the 6-month review to have a look at what those volumes are.
Councillor Richards.
I was just going to say that it ought to be subject to regular review because, I mean, as Councillor Maroof knows, property prices are rocketing, aren't they? And it seems, certainly in the city, and it seems to me that it is a better use of officer time than member time to be looking at these issues. So I just think that we ought to be reviewing that at least annually.
Do you want to add that onto the recommendation?
May I suggest that the way you might want to consider wording that would be that to make review of that threshold something that's explicitly within the terms of reference of the Governance Committee. On that ongoing review of that would be within that Governance Committee's terms of reference. So rather than mandating a process, you give authority.
Any other amendments to those recommendations? Are you happy to propose a recommendation, Councillor Maroof? The amendment, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is what Councillor Jones has said is it's quite relevant in the present market, and also there is a complete disparity between, I know prices are rocketing, but the prices in the southwest are really high and the prices in certain areas are not so high, so they will not even reach the 150 threshold. So presumably what I'm recommending here or proposing an amendment here is that it remains at 150 until we know what the volumes are like, and to be reviewed in 6 months or a year's time.
Can I have a second of the amendment, please? Councillor Jones, thank you. Are we all happy with that amendment? Yeah. Thank you. While we've still got our two colleagues, shall we try and whip through a few more and have a quick break at 1 o'clock? Yeah.
So, Councillor, I think we've made it to section 6.6, which is about policy committees. So obviously this is the crux of the whole matter. We're creating a committee system, and this is the part of the report that creates those committees. So there's quite a lot of substance in here. For time, I don't think you want me to witter on about why these are here. I think we probably need to jump into the issues that you want to raise on any of these specific recommendations, and we'll go from there.
Councillor Garbett, then Councillor Richards.
Thank you, Chair. I said earlier on that this is where I was going to propose that we have a member responsible for equalities, diversity and inclusion, and possibly also for making sure that the requirements of the both the climate and the biodiversity declarations that have been made by the Council are taken into account. So that would be my addition to this. I don't think I see anything there at the moment, but I would want those, a member within each committee, to be responsible for those.
Thank you, Councillor Richards.
Okay, on item 40, I know you said, Alex, that if they are, sorry, if they are in italics, then they are set in stone and I can't possibly ever change them again. But the bit about subcommittees, when subcommittees are agreed, they will be time limited. And I was just thinking that if we've used the example of housing, where you might have a private sector subcommittee, which I would consider you would have as a standing committee, because private sector housing isn't going to go away. It's not a task and finish. So might it be that some committees would be set as standing committees? And does that need to be amended to reflect it, or is that included in the spirit of it?
Not just in the spirit, the clause or, the word or.
Clause 4.
The word or means that second clause, or at minimum will be reviewed annually. So if you've got a standing committee that hasn't been set up with a time limit, then you would assume it would be reviewed annually at the AGM.
Okay. And then on 45, which isn't in italics, about meetings to start at 10 a.m. on weekdays by default. I assume you just put that in to annoy us all and to have a great big bust up over it. Yeah, I can see by your face that clearly was the aim. I thought we were actually going to have, and it obviously isn't going to happen here now at the time, a sort of a really good sit-down think about times of meetings, rather than saying that all committees will start at 10, just because we don't know if we're going to accommodate people who are working, people who are carers, also, though, I'm concerned that we might say, a chair will say, well, as chair of a committee, I always want my committee to meet at 4:30, which means it excludes, I don't know, people who are preparing tea and doing bath and bed for small children. So I'm not sure of the way around it, but are we going to say committees are set according to what the chair wants or what the majority of the committee want? Or is it just always going to be at 10 a.m. and tough if you've got other things you need or want to be doing? Do we need to have a time set at another meeting where we say, let's have a real think about this? Because I think it's, it is the wicked issue of the council, isn't it? On number 47, I just didn't understand that. Hands held up high. I didn't really understand that actual, it's for whom? It doesn't say for whom. It just says consideration. Is it for committee members or is it for, I don't know, my mum? And then on 50, I think we've had a, I don't know whether it's set in our constitution already, but we usually have, don't we, that when you've made a decision, it has to stand for 6 months or some such thing. So is that where we need to put in whether that would be it? And then on 52, we need to amend that as per the way that Sue has amended in previous sections. I think that was what I wanted to ask on that one.
So on the matter of timing of meetings, yes, I was trying to flush something out a bit here. I put the words by default in. What's on my mind is we've got more meetings than ever to fit into a busier than ever calendar for the year. In practical terms, officers will be putting together a schedule for members' consideration in which we try our hardest to avoid all these clashes. And there's no way that they would all start at 10 a.m. in the morning. There are some that we know by practice will be likely towards the end of the day. LACs tend to meet in the evenings. I suspect there'll be all manner of different times a day. And there absolutely will remain an option for chairs and committees to agree that, for such and such reason, we want to make sure we're meeting in the evening on such and such issue because we want to invite people to attend who are going to be whatever. So there will be space for some of that to be taken into account, but in such a busy timetable, I was hoping I could buy officers a starting point, which is at least that they could say, well, we're going to start with mornings and then we'll work our way from there. We're very aware that there are all kinds of implications for members' time, for the time and availability of councillors, people who might want to attend meetings, and officers, and the whole picture. And we do already do a mixture of things as a result. So I was trying to give us a starting point, but I recognise that it's not as simple as all that. What I don't think we do have time to do, honestly, before we get all this agreed, is to do a detailed piece of work that says, do we want our whole practice to change? Are all of our meetings forever going to be in the evenings or something like that? It might be that you can raise that in your 6-month review, but for now I think we're going to have to do something pragmatic, which is that we just make a system that works as best as possible for the volume of committees that we've got to deal with. If you want to take out the by default 10 a.m. bit though, that's fine by me. We'll just do what we can to arrange them through the working day and to not clash with each other, and where particular committees or chairs want to make a pitch at that outset of the year when that's agreed for things to be done differently, then we can try and accommodate it. In terms of number 47, what does it mean? I'm going to relish the opportunity to say your mum in a council meeting. It's not for your mum, it is for the committee, and of course we should add that into the recommendation. 50, yes, I'm sorry. This is one of those Weasley ones where I wrote consideration to be given to. And all I'm really looking for is your agreement that we give consideration to that and give you the detail next time. So if you want to amend it to try and define some detail now, fine, but actually I'd rather that if you're content that we're going to give that more thought, you're welcome to give us your thoughts in this meeting, but you don't necessarily need to amend that now, because we'll be doing that work between now and your next meeting. And as 52, yes, of course, we need to amend it to match previous.
I have Councillor Alston, Councillor Garbett, Councillor Lavery and Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. My comments are limited to point 45, recommendation 45. I think for now it should really just state that it will state at a date agreed, or, I mean, the way I think it should work is probably like I think a lot of committees work now, where they agree at their first meeting or their first proper meeting outside the AGM, when they will meet, and that should be on a regular basis, so that officers and indeed all the committee members can plan their time. And obviously there will be, it's almost inevitable on any committee, there will be somebody who that time does not suit. And that has always happened. And, you know, the reality is that what happens is people swap committees. But I think we can't change the meeting time every meeting because that becomes hopeless for everybody. But I don't think we can prescribe it before the committee exists. So I think we need to amend that. I think I'm happy if to propose an amendment to 52, which is basically that we delete the words in brackets, which must relate to subjunctive items, because I think after that it leads that we're just going to delegate a time on each agenda. So I think we just delete the words in brackets would be my proposal for 52, and I'll shut up.
Just one comment, because I'm catching our democratic services staff all glancing across at each other, clearly worried about how they're going to facilitate all of the meetings if we are individually, without looking at what's going on around us, is happening. But I think it's important that we get this right. So my question would be, how many meetings a month do we think we are going to be needing to put into the calendar, so that we've just got some understanding of how straightforward or not that may be for individual committees when they first meet to say this is the time we want to bag? Because that ultimately this is what it's going to, if that's what we're doing, and it's manageable now because we don't have so many committees meeting, but if we have an awful lot, how do we make that work without a committee setting a date and a time and then discovering that another committee's already got that? And I'm just trying to think through the implications for democratic services in terms of how they manage this, because I would imagine that's what's been causing the glances across the room.
Any moment now, my colleague Jason is going to press enter and tell me what he thinks about this through the magic of the internet. But I strongly suspect that if you've been in a committee that has agreed all of the dates for its own meetings going forward, that will be because it will have been a new committee that will have been brought into life at a different time to all the other committees, and it needed to set its own programme. But I feel sure, unless I'm about to be contradicted digitally, that hitherto Sheffield City Council has agreed at the beginning of the year a programme for all of its committees at once, and that anything else would be totally unmanageable. We're going to have several hundred committee meetings to fit in on the pattern we're trying to design, as you agreed at your previous meeting, was that in 1 month you've got the Strategy and Resources Committee taking place, and hopefully the LACs will happen in that month as well, because the other alternate month will have 9 policy committees and full council, and then amongst all of that you also need to scatter the other, whatever it is, 15 odd committees that you already have. There's just no way we can do that if every committee is agreeing its own pattern of meetings at the outset. Here we go, I've got confirmation. So at the annual general meeting, you agree a pattern of council meetings, and each committee, when it then meets and agrees that pattern, it's something that's predetermined. We've designed something that all fits together, and we propose that to each. So even if in practical terms the committee's agreeing it, it's something that we've designed as an overall picture, and we've got to be able to continue to do that. So you can give consideration to it and say we want to have some meetings at different times a day or whatever, but there's no way we can leave that to be a bitty thing that's kind of separately defined overall.
Do you want to come back soon?
Yeah, I'm not sort of arguing for the detail here, but my understanding is every AGM I've been to, the committee meeting, which is technically the first committee meeting, says subsequent meetings at a date and time to be determined. And then what happens is 4 weeks later, you get told your committee is now meeting at 3 o'clock on the third Thursday, or your committee meeting is meeting at 10 o'clock on the fourth Tuesday. And that's it, you're told it. And I always assumed that that was done in negotiation with the chairs by somebody, but it's always been a bit of a mystery.
Okay, so what you're getting is my reaction as an outsider. So I'm learning that this is your practice here in Sheffield, and it's up to you if you wish to continue doing that, if that's likely to work. My advice is that sounds chaotic and difficult, and is likely to result in clashes and and all sorts of things. So I would advise you to allow officers to design a single system at the outset. But if this is your current practice and you're not minded to change it, then far be it from me.
I do have quite a list. I've got Councillor Garbutt, Councillor Lavery, Councillor Lee, Councillor Dale and Councillor Richards.
Thank you, Chair. My idea might be a sort of way out, but I don't know how complicated it would be. And that would be to suggest either a 10 a.m. or a 4:30 a.m. 4:30 p.m. No. Blimey, no. Sorry. Well, I sleep through meetings anyway. 10 a.m. or 4:30 p.m. on weekdays. So it gives a limited choice, but a choice that would be a nod in the direction of some people having difficulties at one time or the other.
Shall we say further consideration given to? I'm really conscious that this is another area where equality, diversity, inclusion implications are significant. So since at the next report, when you've got everything in one place, you'll have that full equality impact assessment alongside it. Perhaps we should bring something back to you. I think it's going to be loose enough to give you the space to define this to some extent inside your committees, and yet tight enough to give us a hope of designing something at the beginning. But perhaps given the kind of EDI implications, this is it's not unhelpful for it to wait until the next meeting.
Is that helpful? Does anybody who's on my list still need to speak on that? Councillor Dale.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that, Alex, because we do have to take into account the engagement principles, and I would like to know what information that decision at 10 a.m. has been based on, and how inclusive that is, and how much that's been involved in consultation with citizens of Sheffield. So, about accessibility, whether people will be able to access it or not. I know we're not going to be able to be accessible to everybody all of the time, but it's just what information have we used to pluck 10 a.m. out of the air, really?
So we're all happy for that to come back with some further considerations, yeah? Are there any other comments on the recommendations in this section, please? Councillor Avery.
Thanks, Chair. My comments on item 50. I'm not sure that setting a time period to, after the decision's been made is the right way to look at this. I think that what we should be saying is that decisions stand unless there's clear and obvious evidence that that decision needs to be revisited. And it may be due to external circumstances. So, for example, there could be a government policy that has a direct impact on that decision that you want to revisit as a result of it coming along. Or there may be circumstances that are being affected adversely out in the field, which you want to revisit. I don't think necessarily a time period, but some words to that effect, Alex, that say these are the sort of times that a decision will be revisited under these sorts of circumstances. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll pick that one up, thank you. So currently, any of the decisions that are taken by Cabinet or the Co-Exec have a 6-month limit on them. So those decisions can't be changed within a period of 6 months. And the reason is just to make sure that you've got, for a start off, you've got your challenge period for a decision, whereas if you were taking a decision 1 month and the month after you took a different decision, there's a lot of it creates uncertainty and people don't understand where they're at. And it also guards against, the being, particularly if we're in an overall control situation, just an attempt to continue to change the outcome from a decision. So the 6 months period, I would suggest we keep it because it's sensible and it gives us some certainty and it gives the public some certainty that if we've taken a decision on something, we'll have the time to implement it and see whether it works before we address that decision.
Okay, so if we're saying 6 months, can we have the rider that should external influences happen within that period? it could be revisited, just so we've got it covered off.
Gillian needs to take that away and have a look. Any more comments, or are we all done with these set of recommendations? Alex?
Can I just check for clarity? I understand that we're going to take 45E away and give consideration to policy committee meetings. I think we're amending 45E to say further consideration given to the timing and scheduling of the committee meeting, all committee meetings on an annual basis. I'm assuming that we're leaving the main line of 45 as is in terms of that guillotine. I just want to be clear about that because we were referring to 45 earlier, but I think you meant 45E.
All happy with the guillotine? Unlike this morning. Not yet. So we've got the one at 45. I can't read my writing here. Councillor Garbutt, I suppose it's what do you want to do about the... Oh, he's gone. Councillor Jones.
I think Councillor Garbo was, I hesitate to speak for him, but he was saying that following on from what Councillor Murray said about the equality decisions being kicked in there, there was also the requirement for I think he was suggesting a champion on every committee that would make sure that the sustainability elements are taken into account in all decisions, both in terms of biodiversity and climate change.
Just something for committee to think about with that. What we're making sure is that within the terms of reference, there is specific reference to equalities and climate, so that it's an important factor that the committee needs to consider whatever the decision that it's taking. That there is an argument that if you give the responsibility to one committee member, that then gives the other committee members the ability to say, well, they're taking the lead on that and they haven't done what they needed to do. Whereas if it's left is within the terms of reference, it's a responsibility for every member. So I would suggest that perhaps we don't have a specific member with responsibility.
Did you get all of that, Councillor Garbutt?
Thank you, Chair. I think I got the gist of it, and that was partly my worry that, if it was the responsibility of one person on there, then others wouldn't necessarily think it was anything to do with them. That was part of my worry, but on the other hand, the other side of my worry is that if you didn't give it to one particular person, then everyone would be looking at each other and not really taking it, that responsibility seriously either. So I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, really. But I take the point. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's what we need to do is make sure that the reports are drafted in a way that you've always got some prompt on the report that talks about equalities, that talks about climate, talks about things that are important to members when they're taking any decision. So we can make sure that's there, and that officers give you that information, so that actually as part of taking your decision, the information's there in the report, and you ought to be having discussions about it, raising issues, etc. So it's almost not taking the responsibility away from you, but giving you a prompt.
Thank you. So we've got the amendment at 47, at 50. We are going with the 6 months, but Gillian is going to go and do some further work and come back in relation to the points that Councillor Lavery made about should there be other issues. It doesn't even, we're okay, we're just okay. And then we are removing the brackets as Councillor Olsen discussed on 52. Is somebody happy to propose it. Thank you, Councillor Alston. And a seconder, please. Councillor Richards, thank you. Are we all happy with those amendments? Thank you. Would we all like a 10-minute comfort break? Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. Alex, the next section please.
Strategy and Resources Committee. So, although this is properly just one of the other policy committees, wherever the Constitution says a policy committee will do X, Y, Z, it will either apply to this committee just like it does to all the others, or it will need to be specified that it doesn't. It is a special kind of policy committee, and the recommendations in this section set out some of the ways in which this, or I should say most of the ways that we currently envisage this is a special committee. So, as before, very conscious of time, I'm not going to tell you stories about it. I'm going to let you raise issues in any of these areas where you think there needs to be a debate, and we'll go from there.
We'll start with Councillor Gilligan, then we'll go to Councillor Alston, then Councillor Richards, then Councillor Lee. That's
Okay, mine's just a very quick point about no substitutes. I just wondered what happens if somebody goes on long-term sick. That's all. Do we need to make provision in that case?
The Constitution will state that the committee will be made up of the chairs of committees and with some additional members added for political proportionality reasons. If somebody is off on long-term sick, their committee will presumably need to put somebody else in the position of chair while they're away, in which case they'd be able to attend the committee.
Councillor Alston.
Yeah, thank you. Mine was actually on the same point, which was that if the chairs are on the committee, surely the obvious substitute for them is the vice chair of that relevant committee. And just to sort of comment that if we're going to have a committee that never has substitutes, it's starting to look a little bit more like a cabinet.
And if we've got co-chairs, then do both of them go, or do one of them go, or do we...
That's my other point, was that, is it both of them, one of them, and if so, who decides?
So perhaps if it's helpful if I say why this is in here. Proportionality is going to be more difficult to maintain on this committee than the others. Because we are choosing to define that it will have the chairs of all the other committees on it, we need to make sure that we don't set up a rule whereby we can accidentally end up with a disproportionate meeting of councillors in that setting. So we don't have anywhere, and I don't think we should have anywhere, a rule that says that the vice chair of a committee should be from the same party as the chair of a committee. If you allow a substitute of a vice chair, you need to be confident that you're still going to have a proportionally balanced committee when you get there. And rather than having a situation where we have to be totally clear who's coming, in what capacity, invite other members, reconstitute the committee, blah, 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 it's just more appropriate to just define it and say you're either a chair of the committee or a named member or not.
Does that help? Councillor Richards.
I was going to look at number 62, which it just seems, when it says strategy and resources to conduct regular revenue and capital budget monitoring, if the finance subcommittee is doing that, why would you do it twice? When I assume that the finance sub would report any issues to it, and or exception reporting or whatever. So it means that we don't have a waste of time doing it twice. And the other one was on number 60. When it says they delegate to or dictate which individual policy committee would take the lead for the issue, could they not also say you'll do it jointly? Because if it is cross-cutting or two committees have dibs on it, then a joint working committee would work.
So on the first point, this is one of those areas where we've been working with officers from the relevant service, from the finance area, to try and make sure we're getting this right. And one of the things that they were concerned about was that matters in this area need to be considered more frequently than every other month. A simple solution is to say that because finance and strategy and resources will be meeting on alternate months, if there is monitoring happening in both places, you'll have covered off each month. But you're right, we need to make sure that there doesn't turn out to be some strange overlapping going on between the conversations. So hopefully, because the chair of the finance subcommittee will, we assume, be part of the parent committee, or certainly reporting into them, if not part of it, that link will be maintained. On the second point, as for you'll do it jointly, the reason why we haven't specified that is because ultimately the decision needs to be taken in one committee, but there's nothing to say that whichever committee is given the authority to take a decision that would otherwise have been too cross-cutting for them to take, you see what I mean? If they're given that authority as one committee, there's nothing to stop Strategy and Resources saying, when you do so, we want you to do it in consultation with such and such other committee, or to kind of agree some mechanism by which they might involve the chair or a working group or something. So yes, informal mechanism might exist, subject to the other stuff in there about, for example, a limited number of task and finish groups happening at once.
Councillor Lee.
My question was going to be about the co-chair, so you've answered that one already. And in terms of people going off long-term sick, again, that's a political choice of who substitutes, I guess, for that person. When I say each group will decide who will replace that person or stand in for that person. When somebody has gone on long-term sick in order to maintain political proportionality.
Just as long as we're clear, it's about replacing them as chair of the committee,
yes,
by which they would be on the, rather than any substitute situation.
Councillor Garber.
Thank you. Yes, going back to that, no substitutes, 54. You say, yeah, the chairs will be on there, but you also say other people will be on that in order to make up proportionality. If one of those is off long-term sick, will the appropriate group be able to say, because they're on long-term sick and to maintain political proportionality, we would like to make a substitution?
In practical terms, because those seats will be like other committee seats appointed by individual groups. I mean, actually, I think the monitoring officer has the authority to make those changes through the year, but she's delegated that authority by full council, and the groups notify the monitoring officer as to who they nominate onto a committee. So those other seats on strategy and resources, if a group wishes to choose who they've nominated onto it, I can't see a way that we would stop them from changing that person. So even if we've said there's no substitutes on that committee, in practice, a group could just change who was nominated onto that committee for the purpose of a meeting, and in effect it would operate like a substitute. So it would add up to, without any extra rules, the chairs of committees can't be substituted, but as long as the group's acute about the process they need to follow, they could organise substitutes for the other seats.
Any more comments? So we have no amendments to this section. Oh. We've nothing to vote on, we've no amendments. Marvellous, well done.
Urgent decisions. So we have previously, as a committee, agreed to the principle of subcommittees from each committee that would deal with urgent matters. In these recommendations, we've just put a bit more flesh on those bones. You'll note we still haven't defined a maximum size of any of those urgency subcommittees. That's something that we're leaving to that moment at full council in each AGM where the committee sizes overall are defined. But again, as I mentioned, I think verbally at a previous meeting, I assume that that's going to be in the region of 5 councillors, but that's up for grabs. Otherwise, yeah, we've given you an indication of what we mean, as promised, by different degrees of urgency in what I hope are reasonably intuitive ways. And we've captured the wording you asked for last time about making sure that strategy and resources only takes its power in extremis. It's just a backup option, basically.
Councillor Levy, then Councillor Richard.
Yeah, thanks for this, Alex. I think we need to be clear between our definitions of emergency and urgency and where the emergency decision goes to. And maybe it should be to the Chair of Strategy and Policy. No?
No individual councillor can take a decision, no matter how urgent or emergent it is. If there is something that is too urgent for a committee to take a decision in the new system, it would be unlawful for an individual councillor to take that decision. It must go to an officer if it can't go to a committee. So just to be clear, emergency decisions refers to something specific in the legislation, which we don't need to define. And there's a whole set of expectations around how decisions taken under that emergency arrangements are reported back to full council, for example. Urgency is what we're defining here.
Yeah, thank you. That's great. Thanks very much.
Councillor Richards.
Similar, I think. On number 64, I recognise that individual councillors will no longer be able to take decisions. But where it says at least an attempt to consult with the chair first, couldn't get you on your phone. I think that sounds a bit weedy, doesn't it? But also, if the chair's on holiday or something, then I would suggest we also add the vice chair or the leader of the council. And again, not to make decisions, but in a sense to verify what the officer is trying to do, or to give that, if I say give cover, I don't mean that, but yeah, that.
I think if you want to move an amendment, we could without problem, we could say the chair, in the absence of the chair, the vice chair, in the absence of the vice chair, the leader of the council, or put them in a different order. I'd be up to councillors to consider. But yes, we could do that.
Councillor Levy shaking his head. I can't believe it. Any other comments on this section? So how do we want to proceed with the amendment? I was hoping for 2 clean sheets in a row, but there you go.
Just a small amendment to say to consult with the chair, the vice chair, or leader. And can we change at least an attempt? Can we find less woolly words?
Okay. May I suggest that the amendment might be officer take agencies will require consultation with the chair, full stop. In the absence of the chair, consultation with the vice chair, full stop. In the absence of the vice chair, consultation with the leader. And what we might need to say is...
I think we need a wherever possible.
we need a wherever possible.
Sorry, that's my lawyer coming in.
As far as practicably possible, consultation with the chair, where not available, vice chair.
I think that sounds better than...
Yeah, okay, great. And I think we'll keep the reporting back to committee part, right? Yeah.
Are you happy to propose that, Councillor Richards?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Can someone second it, please? Thank you, Councillor Alston. And all those in favour, please? Is everyone happy with that? Thank you. All agree.
Getting the hang of this, indeed. Local area committees. So, again, you've already agreed the principle that these continue to exist, and that at this stage we're not seeking to change anything about the delegations they have. You'll note that there is a portion in recommendation 66 which is not in italics. You asked us to give some further thought to a mechanism, and I have proposed such a mechanism. I'm happy to explain what I mean by that if you want me to, if it's not self-explanatory. I'm aware that there's been discussion amongst committee about whether 67 needs amending, so I'll let you raise that. And 68 I just want to explain. In general, a principle we're trying to build in here is that we try and make sure that business is conducted as efficiently as possible. I think it is important that if a committee decides to recommend something on street lights to the Adult Social Care Committee, that unless it's clearly obvious how that falls inside the Adult Social Care Committee's business, that it ought to be incumbent on the monitoring officer through democratic services to reroute that decision in flight to the policy committee, which has actual authority for the matter that's being referred. Now, I don't imagine anything as ridiculous as that would arise, but it's quite likely that there might be confusion in a committee setting, let's say, and something's referred to a committee that does something similar but not quite the thing. And also I think it's quite likely that you might get referrals to full council, where full council doesn't have the authority because it hasn't rescinded it. And so in the first instance, it should go to a committee. So that's what 68 is attempting to capture, is that its officers need to make sure that we are landing recommendations in the place where members have the legal authority to take decisions about those things. And if they get recommended awry initially, it should be the monitoring officer's responsibility to adjust that. Of course, you'll have to explain yourself if members don't agree with that choice.
Councillor Lavery, Councillor Richards, Councillor Alston, Councillor Lee.
Should that be in consultation with Strategy and Resources, say the Chair, so they're aware? Just that they have the overarching view of what's going on, so they need to be updated rather than just the monitoring officer doing it.
If I may comment, it would be inefficient because this could happen a lot, and what I'd like it to be is that officers in democratic services could just do it and then report that it's been done. So if you'd be content that we should maybe notify the chair of the committee that made the reference to tell them that we'd done it, would that be enough of a kind of an oversight?
I think practically, Councillor Lavery, I probably won't get involved. It's just my name's on it, but actually Dem Services will just deal with it. So if we put a step in where I've got to consult, it will slow things down.
Councillor Richards.
I was going to ask a similar thing. I just wondered whether it actually ought to say democratic services. Is it because they come under you eventually, monitoring officer? And then on number 67, I didn't know why it would be the policy of committee with responsibility for communities, because LACs are supposed to be to have an equivalence with the policy committees, and as such you're saying that they're going to be monitored by that committee. If they're going to be monitored by anybody, then I would suggest it should be the S&R committee, not a particular policy committee, so as to show parity of esteem. That's the phrase I was looking for the LACs.
We did debate the point about whether it should be just refer to democratic services or myself, and it's just an accountability point of view. So we put my name in so that if there is any issues or disputes, it's my responsibility rather than individuals.
In terms of the point about which committee should monitor, did I mishear you? You also raised the question about whether it should be Strategy and Resources rather than...
I believe that because the LACs have parity of esteem with the policy committees, to say that they're going to be monitored by a peer rather than the one, what's the phrase we're looking for? Yeah. I was going to say the first amongst equals, which is the S&R committee, then I think that's where it should be monitored and not by an individual policy committee.
So in that case, can I just, for clarity, there's kind of two elements to 67. There's the part where we're saying that policy committee with responsibility to communities will oversee the communities/localism strategy within which the LACs are operating. So insofar as it's a cross-cutting strategy and resources would have to okay it anyway, but I assume that the policy committee with responsibility for communities, whose name I forget, I have to look in the appendix, will actually still have that within their terms of reference, because ultimately that is fundamental to that area of their business. So I assume they'll still have that role. This bit about monitoring, just to be clear, we're not saying that they've got any kind of way of telling those committees what to do. What we're saying is that it's important that we don't lose sight of a picture across the whole city where we've got 7 different committees that might be recommending various things. And what we're looking for, and it might be that strategy and resources is more appropriate, is which committee should be taking a look at what issues are arising from our local communities as expressed in the issues that LACs are raising across the board. So our view was that that would fit well with the community's kind of work, because it's about what's arising in local communities. But I can completely see an argument where you could say, well, no, we're looking at issues that might have been raised that could be about any area of the council overall, and so it would be better sitting with strategy and resources. So ultimately it's up to members where they want to see that put.
My proposal would be that it sits with strategy and resources for those reasons, because the myriad of references which will come from the LACs will affect all of the committees, and not just that, you know. And it would be therefore for Adult Services Committee, for example, at the chair of it, at the SNR committee, to say, whoa, we're getting loads from the LACs, so we're having to address this. And it's seen as an overall picture rather than to that particular committee.
If I may, Chair, sounds like we have an amendment to split recommendation 67 in two, where we're saying that the Strategy and Resources Committee will have a special role in monitoring full stop. Sorry, I'll read out the whole thing. The Strategy and Resources Committee will have a special role in monitoring what is referred to all other committees by local area committees and looking for patterns in liaison with the LAC chairs. Full stop. The Policy Committee with responsibility for communities will have a role to oversee the community/localism strategy within which the LACs are operating.
Thank you. I'll keep this really short because I think what I was going to say has been said, so I would support the amendment that's just been proposed, because that was our concern as well. And I would suggest an amendment to 68 that we add in at the end that the chair of the LAC be notified where any referral is changed or must affect. The referral pathway is changed.
Thank you, Councillor Lee.
Yeah, I'd agree with everything that's been said. I think the Strategy and Resources Committee should have an oversight as well. I think they're setting the general direction of objectives for the policy committees, so equally that should apply to the LACs as well. Also in 60, I think in terms of, I've lost my thread now. I'll leave it for now and I'll come back to it if I remember it. Oh, in terms, no, go come back, sorry.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I've misunderstood anything here, but surely when you're referring something from a LAC to a policy committee, the chair of the LAC, together with the officers for that LAC, would seek advice from Democratic Services. So any change would be very unlikely, surely. Have I got that right or wrong?
Yes, as I've mentioned before, officers like fallback options. So yes, we hope we'll get it right first time, but if it goes wrong, it would just be a waste of everyone's time if we can't correct it.
Councillor Lee.
What I was going to say, with anything that the LACs may refer to another policy committee, they will certainly seek advice from officers about which is the correct policy committee. It might be 2 policy committees, as we said the last time, or even 3, depending on. Don't panic, but we don't know. We will, you know, it will be reviewed at some point, I guess, by the Governance Committee.
Any more comments? If not, does somebody want to propose those recommendations, the split in 67 into 2 and the bits on the end of 68? Anybody?
I'll propose those ones.
Thank you. Somebody to second them. Thank you, Councillor Alston. Are we all happy with those amendments? Brilliant. Thank you.
Section 6.10. What worries me about this section is the word scrutiny. Because it means something really specific. We've had this discussion a couple of times at committee, haven't we? It means something really specific in a local governance context. Overview and scrutiny is a specific thing. It's had particular legislation that related to it. And we need to be really clear that just as in the principle that we agreed near the beginning, what we're looking for is that there is, I should have had the wording prepared, it's about appropriate mechanisms for holding to account. That's what we need to have in this system. It's not necessarily about preserving overview and scrutiny, which is properly a part of the cabinet and leader system. So with that in mind, what you've got here is only a few recommendations that build on the decision you've already made to say that we won't have a separate scrutiny committee, which is a helpful starting point. We previously said that we would build statutory scrutiny functions into the terms of reference of appropriate policy committees. And we've added an EG here under 70A, which says health scrutiny as part of adult health and social care or as a standing subcommittee. And the reason we've done that is because we recognise that there's been some worries about whether the amount of work that is required on the health scrutiny front and also the potential conflict of interest or conflict of kind of apparent conflict of interest if the same members are doing both of those things might require a subcommittee. But at this point we've not got so far as to specify that, or that it should be a separate standalone committee. And if members want to firm that up now, they may do. It would of course have the impact of further increasing the size of the system that we're agreeing. You may prefer to wait and see how it pans out for that committee. The bit that I think we might spend some time on today, and forgive me, I'm just going to say a bit more on this, is about this idea of what might take the place of call-in post-decision opportunities to review that decision. So we are used to the idea in overview and scrutiny currently that there are two types of overview and scrutiny work. The pre-decision work in which you develop policy and with the input from the public and from other sources and try and improve the quality of decisions that are about to be made. And that part of that work, we're confident and clear, is built into the expectation of the policy committees to continue to do that, so that when they take decisions, they've done that pre-decision work. The post-decision role of the current overview and scrutiny committees also sits inside those committees, insofar as that relates to looking at performance information about how parts of the council are operating, and giving consideration over due time as to whether or not decisions that were made by that committee and the way that the council has enacted them has worked as expected, and to review as necessary. So that's built in, that's fine. The current overview and scrutiny mechanism has got call-in built into it. And what we're saying is that this is something that in the new system you would not expect to be necessary. The explicit reason why this was there in the legislation under the cabinet and leader system was because the cabinet was expected to be an administration of probably only one, maybe two parties, and the opposition weren't in the room when that decision was made. And this was designed as a mechanism, I would say a heavily flawed one, to bring that into a space where there was that party political balanced discussion about that issue that had just been taken. A fallback. We began a discussion at our last meeting about a dissent option, and we said this doesn't quite feel right. And councillors were sort of looking for something that felt a bit more like the current overview and scrutiny. We get to reach in and take something out of a decision-making setting and take a second look at it. And the recommendation from officers today is that you don't carry on down that path. That is, in our view, and I've set out some principles under 6.10.5, in our view, wouldn't actually be a good piece of governance. It's likely to slow you down, lead to duplication and obfuscation and risk around delay on decisions and so on. And we've got specific examples of that from other authorities recently. So, with that in mind, we have emphasised the option that full council has before a decision is made, and strategy and resources' role in that, to make sure that a decision can be made in a different setting with more councillors involved if necessary. But we've not proposed a mechanism by which a decision that has already been made can be redone or overturned in a different setting, except that, as we mentioned earlier, there might be a period of time after which you might be able to relook at something in the normal run of things.
Councillor Grocutt.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got few things to say on that. First of all, I can foresee, this doesn't take into account political differences, and I can foresee positions where one party may hold a particularly strong view, but not be not have a majority on any one committee. In which case, I would expect there to be a provision for a minority report to be issued, and for that minority report to be taken somewhere, maybe to full council or to S&R, and further work done to see if there is some way of taking what that minority report says into account. So I can foresee that happening, and you know, I'm aware of the politics of this council, and I know that it has happened in the past that, you know, some people have felt very strongly about something but haven't been able to get things through. So that was the first one. The second one, you've discounted in 610.5, fourth dot down, fourth full, you know, filled in dot down, about the public and stakeholders not having a call in. I'd suggest we actually do need some sort of mechanism for the public to have a way of questioning and calling in maybe the decisions. Otherwise, all our rhetoric about involving the public at every stage goes by the board. We must have that. If we don't have that, then I see it as not being democratic. I see it as not fulfilling the guidance principles that we set out at the beginning. Thanks.
Councillor Richard.
I'm going to break the consensus because I don't agree with you there, Peter. Two things. I think in a committee there will very likely be lively debate, and at some stage there will have to be a vote if a consensus isn't reached. And that's basically what happens in most democracies. So sometimes we win votes and sometimes we don't. I would suggest you've never been in a Labour group where I have been the loser 49-1 on far more occasions than I'd like to remember. And that just happens because people do have disagreements and do have equally valid views on all sides. I mean, you know, I like to think I'm usually right on things. My colleagues will tell me how much I'm not. And when that happens, you know, I just have to say, okay, on this time I didn't argue well enough to convince somebody otherwise. So I think, you know, certainly you can have a minority report, but taking it to full council and having it debated just because you lost a vote isn't, I think, going to be very helpful. We need to think more about the pre-decision, and I think that's where, if we look at fourth dot, it says in advance of a decision being made is where we want to make sure that the public and stakeholders can make their views known. And if we've done that and got that right, then post, if you like, post hoc call-in or whatever, you can't have post hoc calling, can you? Then after the event call-in isn't necessary because everybody's views will have been taken into account, and again, some views don't win out, and that always happens because that's, you know, that's the nature of the beast, isn't it? That if we don't get a consensus and we've debated ourselves into the ground, then at some stage there'll be a vote and there will be a majority and a minority on that, and you have to do that in order to move business forward. So I think in some circumstances what you're suggesting is certainly something I'd support, perhaps within a political party where you're going through decision making, but I think in a council then that reflects all the different views of the community, I just don't think you have time to do it, and you just can't keep going round and round. It's a bit like, you know, my son just coming back and back at me until I give in. and that just can't be a way of running a council.
Councillor Lee?
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with what Shona said, absolutely. You know, in a democracy, there are winners and losers, and in elections, there are winners and losers. And in terms of call-ins, there's plenty of opportunity, and we should encourage this, that if there's a stakeholder group that's out there that has a strong opinion about a decision that might be taken or a policy that is being developed, there will be plenty of opportunities for them to present themselves at a policy a committee meeting at the start, ask the questions, bring a petition, and put their views forward in that situation, and possibly, you know, there'll be I'm not sure whether there'd be an opportunity then for them to be asked questions by the committee, or whether they just present something. But they would be able to ask a range of questions. It happens in scrutiny at the moment, and it certainly happens in full council.
Thank you. Any more comments? Do we have any amendments? Excellent. Next.
I believe this next section ought to be entirely unproblematic, unless someone is expecting to add a completely new recommendation to it. So I'll just commend it to you.
It was just to say that under 6.11.3 is where it says about the member development strategy being under the aegis of the governance committee.
Any other comments on the recommendations? We have done 6.12.3, so we're on to...
So we've covered scheme of delegations.
Yeah.
We have a section of the report under 6.13 where there are no recommendations, but just for the sake of the record, I want to say that this is still a really important part of this report. The reason there aren't recommendations is because these are operational matters, but this is reporting to you some of what we are doing behind the scenes to arrange the circumstances so that you will be able to operate in these committees in an effective way, supported effectively by officers. It's important to note, as part of that, that currently a number of staff in democratic services, member support, parts of the policy team and chief exec's office are undergoing consultation in which their roles and structures of their teams are expected to change. So that work is underway right now, and may I be the first to say that we'll do everything we can to get it in place for May, but it's touch and go because we've had to wait a little bit till we knew how many committees there would be and so on. And we'll be doing everything we can to make sure that even if we're still landing some of those posts at the beginning of May, we've still got the right amount of resources in place overall to be able to support you. So if we move on to 6.14, this is possibly the most important part of the whole report, with the exception maybe of the public engagement section. Because this is where we acknowledge where we started the whole meeting with, which was this is just a point in time. Not only are we cognizant of the past, but also of the future, this will keep changing. So what we've done is we've given a bit more bones around how that ongoing review of governance will look, especially in the coming year. And as you know, the main recommendation 2 at the very top of the report also plugs into this.
Councillor Richards.
It was just to note that the current governance committee is made up of chairs and vice chairs of the current transition committees, and if that were to carry forward, then that would basically mirror the strategy and resources committee. So do you want to say that it's a committee that has a different membership so that strategy and resources aren't doing governance as well, or do we feel that strategy and resources should do governance too? I'm just thinking whether you just need to say it'll be made up of different members or not.
Shona, it's a very sensible question, because in the past I've said if I've not mentioned it, assume it stays the same. So just to be clear, my assumption is that there will be no specific constraints on who could be nominated by groups to sit on the governance committee.
okay? Councillor Garbett and Councillor...
Thank you. Yes, obviously the Governance Committee will oversee a lot of the analysis of how the new system works. Not every councillor will be sitting on a themed committee, so it might be a good idea to stipulate that at least one member of the Governance Committee should be a councillor not sitting on a themed committee, so that they have a more independent outlook on it.
If members wish to, I'm really reluctant to get into stipulations that get really nitty-gritty on who can and can't or should and shouldn't sit on individual committees like this. I think it's no bad thing when groups are giving consideration to who they nominate onto this committee for them to say, let's make sure there's a spread of perspectives. You'll all be on LACs. Most of you will be on a policy committee, if not all of you in the end, and some of you will be on regulatory and so on. So perhaps we could just take it as a principle that we'll try and ensure there's a spread of perspectives on that committee. But I personally wouldn't recommend you try and codify it in the Constitution. I think you'll just trip over it later.
Yeah.
The other point I was going to make is that since this is a committee overseeing how things have gone, do we need to include members of the public as well in the Governance Committee?
So, yes, I think this is where I want to draw your attention back to. So firstly to 86C, actively seek and use feedback from residents, stakeholders, councillors and officers to inform its judgments against those criteria. And at the very top of the report, given the importance of this, recommendations 1 and 2 there, item 2 again makes that, reiterates that same thing at 2B. You heard in some of the questions today from the public, from It's Our City specifically mentioned it, there's a huge appetite for that to be meaningful, and ideally for it to tread into the realms of co-design rather than just a simple consultation that you then get some written evidence back from and give consideration to. So I would encourage you to think as openly as possible about what that means in terms of how that review will be conducted. I don't think you should constrain the future committee because they'll want to give thought to how to do that well, but anything you feel you could or are able to add to this that further sets those expectations for how to do that well, I'm sure will be welcomed by people watching this webcast.
Can I come back on that? I was thinking more, less of evidence being taken by the committee from members of the public to members of the public actually being voting members of the Governance Committee.
Councillor Lavery.
Thanks, thanks, Chair. Just an observation on this, because I've lived with this for years, with the Overruling Scrutiny Committee before we started the governance. And one thing that's for sure, there's a lot of reading and understanding and learning has to take place as we've gone through this. I wouldn't throw this committee in the bin. And in fact, I think it would be useful that as far as possible, the members who are here see it through to the 6-month review. So they've actually made the decisions and worked with the officers on this. They know the background to where we are, and then we can make a proper review and then make a decision about governance thereafter. It seems logical to me that you maintain this until that point. Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really too concerned about who sits on the Governance Committee going forward from May. Obviously, there'll be a lot of learning from this Governance Committee in the meetings we've held. I'm sure there'll be officers will supply reports for any new members who, and there will be some new members of that Governance Committee, there's bound to be. So, you know, but it's important that we, obviously each party then recommends its own reps to go on that committee. In terms of vote public, I think absolutely we need to go to the public and ask their opinions and seek and engage with them, and especially the people who've been very, very active over the last couple of years in providing that information. Voting members, I don't know, I'm not quite sure who do they represent, and I guess, you know, and how do they become legitimate members who can vote on a committee that's a governance committee. I'm not quite sure about that. So I wouldn't support that one.
Just as a technical point on the matter of voting members, committees are able to co-opt people onto their body, but not as voting members. So you could co-opt non-voting people onto the committee. Councillor Lee's point is an important one, which is how do you select who those individuals are? On what authority do you do it? One of your public questions earlier from Nigel was about how do you make sure that when you do something like that, you can't be accused of some sort of political bias in who you chose. You are elected and you have a mandate. How do you decide what the appropriate qualifications are for someone to be co-opted onto your committee? That's not to say it can't or shouldn't be done. In the list of public engagement mechanisms in this report, we talk about co-option as one of the many ways that you can bring voices into this committee. So I would hesitate to advise against. I think it could be something really powerful to bring the right voices into the room, but it's about how the committee wants to make decisions, the way it would do that. My view is that you should let the committee next year design its own process in a way that's as inclusive as it wants to make it, and in the way that it sees fit. But like I said, if you want to make any stipulations today, other than voting members, because we can't do that, then you're welcome to make such amendments.
Chair, can I make another suggestion as well on 84? I mean, it's not for me to make the suggestions, but I think it'd be useful, because we've used some of the terms interchangeably, if we could say that the public, stakeholders and partners. I think we had quite an important voice in the room and through some of the inquiries where we've heard from the anchor institutions in the city and the business community as well, and people that we work with as an organisation, to give a reflection on how the governance is working for them and their relationship with us as a city council as well. Thanks.
Seems like a sensible suggestion. Thank you, Laurie. Councillor Garbett.
I know the Race Equality Commission hasn't published its report yet, but I'd guess that there would be some recommendations in there that we might need to take into account as the Governance Committee that may require us, or at least make it advisable for us to consult across the wide range of different communities there are in Sheffield.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to the early recommendations where we've talked about continuing the engagement with Involve and the work that they're doing, and making sure that we, you know, pull all that together as well. I think is quite important. Are there any other any amendments we want to make to the recommendations other than adding the partners into 84? Would somebody please? Thank you, Councillor Alston. And seconder? Thank you, Councillor Gilligan.
Can I also suggest that we write that about the Race Equality Commission recommendations into there, even though we don't know what they are at the moment, but that we commit to taking them into account when consulting on this?
I think that's something that we're going to have to do anyway, isn't it? From my perspective, that would just be something that, you know, we must and need do anyway.
Yeah. I think by writing it in, it makes it sound like you're excluding other things, perhaps. There is that principle in law, whereas if you've actually gone to the trouble of including something and you don't include something else, you might be determined to have excluded it. So I'd be careful not to. I understand where you're coming from, and I think we will be doing that. We will be looking at any recommendations that come from the Race Equality Commission and making sure that it's integrated, embedded throughout the council. So I'm not saying we're not doing it. I don't know whether I actually want it in the wording. Alex maybe can help here.
Yes, I've just spotted. Look, so Councillor Carver, under recommendation 86A, it says that this review will take account of any changes to the local and national context. For me, that squarely covers any such report, whether it be the Race Equality Commission or any other report made to the council that has an impact on the area of business that the committee would be considering. If you're comfortable, I think that might cover it. But none of us would suggest there's any problem with kind of emphasising that you'll be giving particular consideration to that area.
Right.
Thank you, Chair. I think Peter's point makes a lot of sense. I think Alex's solution there covers that in terms of when we get the recommendations, we can use that. I think probably refer you back to the conversation we had earlier with Councillor Maroof as well about, because obviously a really important part of equality and diversity, and certainly the equality impact assessment process as well, is making sure you've got that consultation and engagement built into it. Having seen them engaged in some of the race quality kind of hearing sessions, consultation engagement and the routes to that have definitely come up regularly, in that not only about ensuring that engagement is in place, but also not making assumptions around which communities you've engaged as part of that. So I think the critical bit for me is getting the principles right around the equality engagement aspects of this and the engagement elements of it as well. So if we get that right, you get the behaviours and the practice in place, and also as officers and members working on the committees as well, we probably have that expectation of each other to ensure that work that you see and the decisions you see have come from that kind of context as well. I think that's the bit we build it into, probably, rather than this aspect, if that's okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Chair, earlier in the debate I mentioned that we want to specify that 83 refers to the Governance Committee. So just, I'd only cited that as an amendment, please, if you're moving some otherwise.
Did you have your hand up?
I did, and I'm not sure where this comes in. It's a question I've actually asked of Alex and Gillian, which is, have we considered, do we need to put something into the standing orders or whatever appropriate thing about decision making during PERP? Because at the moment, individual cabinet members are able to continue with their role, but we usually don't have committees meeting during PERP because of the political nature and sensitivities. So how will we deal with that? That's something I think we need to consider, and also consider what we're going to do at the end of this particular year as we transfer from one system to the other. Will the leader continue to have leaders' current powers up until the new council has its AGM, such that anything that needs to be done or considered can be done? I know this all sounds a bit technical, but I've been worrying about it. And the other one is, how will decisions be made in the post-election pre-annual meeting period, when usually, again, either the leader makes decisions, and I'm thinking of that in the time going on when we're in the next committee system way of working. I think those might be some thorny issues. And then finally, I just wanted to say, because this meeting took so long, and I don't know about Sue, but I sort of feel partly, oh my gosh, I made this meeting go on too long, and if I'd just shut up, it would have been shorter. At the same time, I think it's really important that we're all here doing this properly. So I'm just wondering, we've got 2 more meetings, I believe. Is it possible? I thought I've got 2 in my diary.
Sorry, there are 2 more meetings in your diary, but only one of them is before, only one of them is easily in time to recommend something to full council. So by the time we get to the 9th of March is the key moment for your final report.
I'm just wondering whether we actually need to say that's going to be a longer meeting, that we'll timetable it for a longer time and everybody has to bring their sandwiches, and just make sure that we know that we've got enough time to do things properly and not feel, this has been 4 hours now, and I could do another 4, you know me, in constitutional matters, but the people watching must be asleep by now.
I think it's optimistic to think anyone's still watching. Chair, can I just apologise to members that we did schedule this for longer. That's my fault. I did see this coming as a long meeting, and it's not fair that we only put it in the diary for 2 hours. So I do apologise to you. We'll absolutely make the next one longer. On the other matters you raise, it's in our email inboxes. Although I think both of us could think of an immediate response to some of it, we probably want to go away and give it some thought.
I want to.
Oh, Jill's going to do it. Here we go.
Yeah, so everything you've raised there is all dealt with by the legislation. So we are in all of the issues when we're dealing with pre-election, when we're dealing with the power of the leader up to the AGM, and similarly in the post-election period next year. It's all dealt with via the legislation, so it won't be. We can make sure it's not unclear to people. You know, to members. Members will be able to be reassured as to what the position is. With regard to starting with the pre-election period and decisions, there is the pre-election legislation is about publication. So the restriction on there's no restriction on decision making. The restriction is around publication linked to decision making. What we try and do is make sure, and it's publicity. So the thing is, a meeting when it's webcast or even just a public meeting, it's available to the public. That is published. It's something that's published. So anything that's said is equivalent to the council publishing. So if we know that there are particularly contentious issues that might leave members in hot water if we have a meeting during that pre-election period, then we try and avoid having meetings during that time. But business as usual can continue and should continue. So we've elected to not hold a council meeting because we don't have to make any decisions during that period of time, and therefore you can have your political debates and you can say whatever you want about your political position, and that gives you that freedom. If we hold those meetings outside of the pre-election period, you don't feel restrained in doing that. As for all the other decision-making meetings, they will continue to be scheduled throughout the pre-election period so that business as usual can carry on. So hopefully that covers that bit. The leader's power will continue up to the AGM, so the legislation does provide for that. So it's easy this year. Next year, I'm not sure. I'll check it out though before we get there. Like I say, I know what the current position is, but I'm not sure what the position is once we're in a committee system. So I will check that out and see what the position is. I imagine there will be some carry forward in the same way that there would with the leader's decision, that there's an ability to continue to take decisions until between AGM and between election and AGM. Alternatively, it could just fall to the chief executive or an officer decision during that period, because the likelihood is it's emergency, it needs to be done. If it's got to be taken within a period of, we're only talking 10 days, aren't we? And that's it, I think. I think that was it, Yeah.
So can I clarify, next year when we're in a committee system and we have committees which make decisions, you're saying that once PERB happens, there will be no decision-making by committees until after the election?
No, sorry if I was unclear. Your decision-making will continue right up to the election. The only bit that I'm unclear about is once you've had your election, and between that date and the AGM, what the position is. I would expect it to be in the same way as it is with the cabinet model at the moment. It continues until the AGM, and then that's your cut-off point. But to gather, if you're just thinking practically about it, if you need to take a decision urgently, therefore need to pull together an urgency committee under this system that we're proposing at the moment. So it would be a case of whether we could gather an urgency committee, or whether it would be more practical for an officer to take that decision in consultation with the leader, who would still be in their position until the AGM. But like I say, I'd have to check that out because I haven't looked at that bit yet.
Any more comments? So we just have the two amendments with the inclusion of the Governance Committee in 83 and the partners in 84. Have I got that right? Who would like to propose those, please? Do I have a proposer? Thank you, Councillor Alston, and Councillor Galvin seconding. Are we all happy with those amendments? Thank you. So that just takes us back to the two recommendations on this report. Firstly, that the elements of the committee system of government set out in this report, including 85 recommendations and Appendix 1, be agreed to inform the detailed drafting of the Constitution as amended. All those in favour, please. That's unanimous. Thank you. And number 2, that the Governance Committee conduct a review of the new governance system commencing 6 months after implementation, November 22, with a view to full council implementing any necessary changes at its AGM in May 23. This review will use the previously agreed strategic aims and design principles as its success criteria, actively seek and use feedback from residents, stakeholders, councillors and officers to inform its assessments against those criteria and take account of any changes to the local and national context. Well, I was just going to say that, and should we stick partners in there as well? Yeah. All those in favour, please? Anyone against? No, that's unanimous. That brings the meeting to a close. Can I just thank you all for this meeting today? I think it's been a really good meeting. There's been some really valuable and important contributions, and I really do appreciate and value the way that we've all been approaching this work, both members and officers. So thank you all very much. I look forward to seeing you at the next meeting on the 9th of March, and have a very good afternoon, everyone. Thank you.